but it is Bills quarterback Josh Allen. ESPN's Dan Graziano.
The level of appropriate worry is still to be determined. The Bills are still, as I understand it, collecting information on this, trying to figure out what it is exactly that they're dealing with, how it will respond to the treatment, whatever treatment they give it, whether he'll be able to do anything in practice this week and how the elbow will respond to that. They just don't know exactly the extent of it, the severity of it, and the potential impact it'll have on their season just yet. They should know more today, maybe more tomorrow, and I think we'll have a better sense of this as the week goes along. But, guys, it's not nothing, right? Like even if he played this week, he probably wouldn't be 100% in the throwing arm. So it's something to keep an eye on, and the way he and they manage it over the next couple of weeks could actually determine the outcome of their season and maybe the entire AFC.
Bills are heading into a matchup with the 7-1 Vikings this weekend. College football has a new number 1, Georgia, followed by Ohio State, Michigan. TCU moves up to number 4 in the latest rankings. Earlier on ESPN Radio, our Ian Fitzsimmons.
It was going to be all about where is TCU undefeated and where's Tennessee. And the committee finally rewarded TCU for their full resume. They're undefeated. Tennessee has the one loss, albeit on the road against the number 1 team. But I understand that Tennessee may have more top 25 wins. But we've served on that mock committee a couple of times, and the committee also values wins over teams with teams that have winning records. And TCU has stockpiled a pretty damn good resume of teams that have 500 or better records.
Much more reaction this morning, starting with KJ and Max. In a matter of minutes, it's Wednesday, November 9th, birthday of Lou Ferrigno. The Incredible Hulk is now 71. How will the Colts fare this weekend? Apparently with an assistant quarterbacks coach calling plays in an NFL game for the first time in his career. KJ and Max are next. I'm Jay Reynolds. It's ESPN Radio.
Coming up next, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
It's Pro Time, which means at Lowe's, you're invited to enjoy a Lowe's Pro Happy Hour. Kick back with free Pepsi Cola drinks and Frito-Lay snacks. Plus, earn 3 times bonus points per dollar on purchases of select Pepsi products. Come into Lowe's and get the full MVP treatment at Pro Happy Hour on November 17th from 2 to 5 p.m. While supplies last. Bonus points offer valid 10/27 through 12/8. Calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
There is a place outside of Philadelphia where the aroma of freshly baked bread brings you back to more traditional times. The era when families join together to enjoy an authentic old world taste with traditional recipes and fresh ingredients. That time and place still exists at Corpolese Italian Bakery and Deli. Since 1924, now 4 generations and 4 locations. The Corpolese family has been bringing you back to a more nostalgic time by sharing their favorite recipes and consistently adding new flavors for new traditions. While Corpolese Italian Bakery and Deli is well known for their famous tomato pie, voted best in Philadelphia, nothing compares to their fresh baked bread and strombolis, handmade pastries, cookies, pies, and a wide range of custom cakes. For a list of locations and all your party needs, explore more at CorpolesBakery.com.
If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with breast cancer, breastcancer.org is here to help. Find free expert guidance online. Learn about breast cancer risk, diagnosis, treatments, side effects, and managing life during cancer. Join breastcancer.org's online community to connect with others who know just what you're going through. Our mission is to empower you to make the best decisions for your life. No one should face breast cancer alone. Find support at breastcancer.org. door.
Fall is upon us, so it's that time of year again to consider replacing your old, drafty windows and doors before another cold winter season rolls in. Hi, it's Ricky Bowe, and when I need a company to help me with these home projects, I turn to the experts, my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Act now and receive 20% off all windows and doors. Plus, Guida will allow you to start your project today with no money out of pocket and take up to 3 years to pay it off, interest-free, once the job is expertly installed. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new, highly energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while taking advantage of 20% savings and having the luxury of paying off your project with 0% interest-free for up to 36 months. But you must act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
97.5 The Fanatic is an equal opportunity employer and is dedicated to performing broad outreach to fill job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our job postings should contact the Fanatic's business office by calling 610-771-9750. We also encourage listeners to visit bbgi.com, where you'll find an online listing of job openings at Beasley Media Group, LLC. WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
And it begins the Wednesday edition of The John Kincade Show. Here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hopefully you're having a good morning as you wake to a beautiful sky. Feels crisp outside. Feels like we're heading towards the winter time, which I hope will be quick and painless, even though I'm not expecting that. I don't know why I'm expecting a bad winter, but I am.
Because you read it in the Farmer's Almanac or something like that.
No, I don't believe in those almanacs. I'm not Coach.
Said something about it.
No, I believe in the Channel 6 weather team.
Yeah?
I believe in them. They're not calling for a bad winter, it doesn't seem.
No?
No, not very bad.
I just take it a day at a time.
I know this. They have a hard time telling us what's going to happen 7 days from now or 5 days from now.
You're challenging them.
I don't know how anybody tells us what it's going to be a month from now or 2 months from now or 3 months from now.
That's why they get the big bucks.
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to understand that.
Yeah, Coach knows.
Coach knows.
Yeah, the new Farmer's Almanac.
Oh.
They're predicting a much more mild winter.
Okay.
I don't use the old one anymore. It's the new one.
Well, ever since you said it was going to be 81 and sunny and we actually had a hurricane?
It was like sunny on FanFest Day, Bob.
You know what, though? Coach did step in. Coach stepped in dog poop and came out smelling like a rose with FanFest. He did. Because it actually turned out to be a spectacular day during the middle of the World Series and the Eagles were undefeated.
Smelling and Coach today, those are two words that go together.
Yeah, it's a whole nother issue altogether.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
In the Morning Mindbender, Coach suggests that a study conducted by Sleepopolis and OnePoll, I didn't even know Sleepopolis existed, reported that 35% of adults still do this at night when they go to bed. What is it?
Definitely, Pat.
I think I know.
I'll say pray.
I do pray. I will say suck their thumb. Self-soothe. Pat?
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I know of no adult that sucks their
That's too
thumb.
large.
Go on.
I don't know. I can't think of one thing. Sleep in the nude.
Sleep in the nude's a good one.
That's a good one.
But not this time of year, Pat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Will you keep your heat up?
No.
I thought you keep it cool.
No, I do.
You're not cold at night at this
Nope.
time of year? Wow.
Is shrinkage a problem?
Wow.
It's hard to shrink if it's already small.
Good for you. There,
point.
Coach. Coach, what's the answer?
25,000 adults were surveyed here, and the answer is sleep with a stuffed animal, blanket, or other sentimental object.
Wow.
I do that.
Sleep? What do you sleep
I
with?
sleep with a sentimental object.
Your wife?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't find her very sentimental some days. But that day, I didn't realize, wow, you mean adults? Like, so 1 out of 3 adults sleeps with like a stuffed animal or something?
A whoopee?
Or a whoopee, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it could be one of those long pillows, too, that you know, what do they call those body pillows? You could have one of them. That could maybe be considered something.
Have you ever heard of the, like the heavy blanket?
Yeah, one of my sons
the
has
weighted
the
blanket.
weighted blanket. Yeah,
I got one of those.
Everyone that I know who has one says they are spectacular. I can't imagine anything heavy making me comfortable.
It does the trick.
It does?
Yeah.
They have them for dogs too, and like
they have them for dogs
storms
also
and stuff.
If your dog likes to chew things, can I just give you some advice? Do not leave a weighted blanket around.
Oh no!
If your dog likes to chew things, because you'll be cleaning for a while.
Oh boy!
Yeah,
Pat, weighted blanket, like
I got one.
Is it like the whole side of the bed? Is it a small blanket you'd sit on the couch with?
No, it's just for one person.
Okay, and what is it like? What's it weighted with?
Beads.
Okay. Is it comfortable on
Yeah,
you?
it is. Yeah, it's not like overbearing.
Okay.
it's like 10 feet. You can get different weight sizes or weight,
But like there's beads in it. So like wood beads?
No. It's like what'd you call them, Pat? They're not like jelly beads, are they?
No,
it's kind of
hard to explain.
Yeah, I don't know. I cleaned up a bunch of them, but I don't know.
Oh boy. Did the dog get sick?
It is comfortable though.
It is. Everyone I know who has ever tried it loves it.
Yeah,
but I don't
check it out.
I don't have trouble sleeping though. I literally can put my head on the pillow and go to sleep. The Sleep Number definitely helps. So the folks at Sleep Number, another free commercial.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
That
I don't
lets
have
you go to
any of
sleep.
that fancy stuff. I just, when I'm tired, my head hits the pillow and I go to sleep, and it pisses my wife off.
Dude, I have a Sleep Number. You have a pool. I think you're ahead. I think you're ahead of me
can't
here.
sleep in the pool,
You got
John,
a
I'll
pool.
die.
I got to sleep. It's not like a Sleep Number bed. It's something that sets you back like that. It's just I love it. Coach, what is the weighted blanket?
So they vary between, it says normally between 5 and 30 pounds, and they are filled with plastic pellets or glass beads.
Glass beads? The dog
Plastic
could die
pellets,
doing
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think we had the plastic pellets.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right, well, Bradford White water heaters are here for the pro. Bradford White, everybody can afford one of those. I mean, it's a great product for you. We love our friends at Bradford White, and we appreciate them being a part of our 6 a.m. hour. It's about to get cold again. Like, it's really going to get cold this weekend. And into Monday night for Monday Night Football, and we'll be down there at the Victory Beer Hall leading you into the Eagles and the Commanders. And the Eagles, by the way, now up to an 11-point favorite.
I think it's going to stay there, if not maybe get half a point higher, yeah.
I just saw the extended forecast, and it looks rough. The 2022 Eagles, though, are having much more success this year due to their passing game. And I wonder, is this year's team built for cold weather success? You know how you always hear about that? Well, this team is built for the cold. They've got it going on. It looks like the playoffs have a good chance to come through South Philly in January. Now, I know the Eagles can run the football, but is the Eagles' strength, is their fastball, is their out pitch to be able to run the ball or to be able to throw the ball? And does that change in any way or make you concerned anyway about the weather that will blow into Philadelphia and whether it sort of neutralizes what the Eagles have done to be so dominant this year, starting in their great 8-0 start?
I don't think so. I don't think weather comes into play as much as we say it does. And I told this story before about our old friend Trey Thomas sitting here one day and said, man, people talk about people coming up to Philadelphia in the cold of January and us having an advantage. He said, get the hell out of here. I grew up in Florida. He said, I hate the cold weather. He said, I don't have no advantage at all. He said, I got to put on extra clothing and stuff like that. Yeah, offensive linemen have to be macho. I mean, Trey made a good point. Nobody really likes playing in the cold. So that includes both teams. I think what's good about this team, John, in what you're talking about here is there is a really good running game. There is a great offensive line. Those are two things that'll travel anywhere. Cold, heat, snow, rain, whatever it may be. Then you have a wide receiver in A.J. Brown that is just more physically gifted than almost everybody that's going to try. And I will say anybody that's trying to cover him. So that means what? 10-yard, 12-yard passes that sometimes could be 50-50 because of the weather. He's going to come up with it more times than not. A Dallas Goedert, one of the best tight ends in the league. Again, short passing game. That helps you if it's windy. The only thing that makes me nervous from talking to players in football and stuff like that is wind. It's not the cold, it's the wind because it affects passes, and we know what it's like down there from what the players have said. There's kind of a tunnel of wind there. So that's the only thing that kind of scares me. But if you're playing against a Minnesota, if you're at home playing against a team that likes to throw the ball a lot.
How about the 49ers?
49ers, although now with Christian
A
McCaffrey, Dallas team,
Dallas likes to run. 49ers like to run. Minnesota can run.
Yeah, so you kind of balance it out, I think, weather-wise. I always like seeing teams play in good weather, and hopefully that's what you get when the Eagles have their playoff run here or whatever. But I think they're built to sustain the elements.
Pat, remember last year everybody was talking about, well, the Eagles are running the ball too much. It's too much running. It's not going to translate to the postseason. When they got to the postseason, they had to be able to throw. They were playing in perfect weather conditions in Tampa that day. Does it make you question whether if the Eagles had to go out there and grind out a game running the football, whether they could do it or not?
No, it doesn't make me question it. They dug themselves such a hole in Tampa that they couldn't run
terrible.
the ball. You know, that was our fear, was Nick Sirianni was just going to go back to throwing the ball right away to try to get back into the game. He did. So, no, it doesn't worry me at all. I don't think it's going to affect much. I mean, and Jalen Hurts has proven that he can actually beat you with his arm this year. So,
buddy of mine,
who's big difference.
Buddy of mine's an Eagles season ticket holder yesterday, and I ran this by him, and he goes, "What are you looking for things to worry about? They're 8-0. They're going to be the double-digit favorites for the third week in a row. Why would you be thinking that there's some Achilles heel to a team like that?" And I said, I think it's one of the things that when I hear Nick Sirianni talk about the fact that he called this the mini-bye this week, talking about the fact that the self-scouting that's going on and everything, I think they got to be thinking about that. They have to start dreaming about, okay, this team might not have to go on the road in the postseason. What suits them best for winning in January in South Philly? It's not that I'm worried about it. It's that...
No, you're always looking to get better. You're always looking to see, okay, what could trip us up? You know, I was talking to my boy Ed Tobler last night, and I said to him,
"What's up, Ed?
What's the one thing about this Eagles team you think?" And he says, I text my brother every week before every game. And he said, "I always say season-ending injury." That's the only thing he thinks that could uproot this team. And this is an Eagles fan for 40 years, you know? Even then, yes, Jalen Hurts, of course. Could you overcome it with the wide receivers? Maybe. The one guy that I can't see sustaining an injury and then being able to just move on from it is Dallas Goedert.
You think that's the guy?
I think that's the guy. But I don't even want to speak injury, so let's not even go there. But,
I thought you were going to say Miles Sanders, by the way. Yeah, I thought you were going to say Miles Sanders because I think they're thin there.
But I also think that this offensive line is so good that if you ran the ball 20 times with the likes of a Boston Scott or Kenny Gainwell or whatever it may be, I think this line is so good that when you need those yards, they'll enable you to get them.
You like that crew, Pat? I mean, it's to me, Miles Sanders, I never thought I'd say it. And I'm someone, it's almost blasphemy for me to say it, that Miles Sanders to me is mission critical to this team getting to where they got to be. I don't think that they could do without him right now.
No, I don't see them having a ton of running success with just a running back crew of Kenny Gainwell and Boston Scott.
Where's your confidence, Pat?
I think Miles has just been so good, he's given him that confidence.
Yeah, it's what it is.
He's been spectacular.
Oh, my gosh.
He's been a number one back, and then Gainwell and Boston Scott are just their backups.
I mean, and again, Pat, it's something that you've pointed to. It's something that Jamie used to point to. 5 yards a carry again. Miles Sanders is halfway through the year. He's at 5 yards a carry. That's really, I mean, he's done that for a lot of his career. Like, he's very productive there. But to me, it's the 82 yards a game. It's the consistency of Miles Sanders is able to every single game produce for this team when they need him to.
And he's up to 16 carries a game. It shows, and that's up from 13 last year, which shows that Nick Sirianni and Shane Steichen have gained confidence in him because we questioned it, and I think rightfully so, all last year that although he did have carries inside the red zone, we saw an awful lot, equal amount of Boston Scott in there at the same time. And it made you wonder, do they not have confidence in him? And now this year with the 6 touchdowns, with him staying in the game when they're in the red zone pretty much all the time, it shows that they do.
We wondered when, over the summer, I think we played the game of who gets how many targets to come up with it if Jalen Hurts is going to go out and have the season that we thought he would. And if I said to you right now, how many times has Miles Sanders been targeted in the passing game, Pat, in 8 games?
Ooh, I would say 12.
I was going to go 20.
Oh, my God. Pat almost nailed it on the head. 13 times. He's only been targeted 13 times in the passing game.
Yeah.
So when we were talking in the summer about, well, who's not going to get the targets? Because they got to go more to A.J. Brown. They got to get more to Goddard. They got to get more to Devontae Smith. It's the running backs that have not gotten the targets.
They haven't. They have
no passing game out of the backfield.
No, you don't see the wheel routes. You don't see the
maybe they don't need
screen
it.
game.
I'm just saying.
No,
maybe they don't.
We can't complain about their offense. And Nick Sirianni, they've played 8 games. They've won 8 games. Maybe he has in the back of his head, we're not showing everything. You're talking about 3 straight weeks. You're going to be favored by double-digit points. You have a march right now going forward that could lead you to 2 home playoff games if you do your business the right way. Would it be stupid of us to think that Sirianni doesn't have in the back of his mind, let's not show some things?
That could be.
You know, you come first playoff game, you need a wheel route, and there's Boston Scott. Whoa, I haven't seen that all year.
26 targets of running backs through 8 games.
And they haven't needed the screen pass.
No, they haven't really needed it.
They haven't needed it.
I personally am not a huge fan
of the screen.
It's if executed correctly, I love it, and it's one of those things where I always go and then it works, and I'm happy. Dallas Goedert in the screen pass is fantastic. When you get Dallas Goedert,
they set it up perfectly.
When he gets blockers in front of him,
yeah,
he's vicious.
When the screen game to running backs is working. And all I do is close my eyes and see number 36, and it was just phenomenal when Westbrook was here. When it's working, it is a thing of beauty. And I never understood it, and I think I brought it up last year. With this offensive line being as athletic as they are, it surprises me they don't use it a little more.
And maybe that's something they're holding
could be
a little back.
It could be.
Hey, Invisible Fence Brands containment technologies help pets feel secure and stay secure as part of their pre-Black Friday sale event. Get $300 off your system through November 15th. Schedule your consultation at invisibleFence.com. I saw MLB Network yesterday, and I haven't watched much MLB Network because I'm sort of going through that withdrawal. And I do enjoy some of their stuff. And one of the discussions was which teams will be most hurt by the shift being outlawed in baseball. And the Phillies were in the top 5 by their panel of experts.
You mean defensively, not being able to use it?
Yes.
Well, that's kind of an easy thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I think the Phillies gave up 7 hits between the National League Championship Series and the World Series when they were in the shift through open spots, where if they just had a fielder there, if they just had been in position, they would have made a play. They gave up 7 hits, by the way, 4 of them that led to runs.
Yeah.
So they overshifted. They shifted too much. The spreadsheet told them to do something, and they did it, and it was stupid. It didn't work. It was dumb.
How many times, I wonder, John, real quick, if you saw data on how many times they were in the shift and it took away a hit?
Yeah, they gave up the most hits in the shift in Gabe Kapler's tenure here.
Oh, is that right?
I know when he was here.
That's good shift knowledge by you.
They gave up, well, no, I stole it from ESPN.
That's all right. You're allowed to steal. You still have the
Bogarted
knowledge.
I don't remember who I stole it from. I think it's ESPN Stats and Information. But, I mean, to me, they listed the Phillies as the team who will potentially most be hurt by it. I wasn't feeling that. And if you go and let's say you do get one of the top line shortstops, then if you get a top line shortstop, then Alec Boehm even gets better as a third baseman because he's going to have to cover less ground. Then I think Stott would be more than adequate at second base. More. As far as Gene Segura, I think it's a wash. If not a younger, more athletic player, potentially better. And then you've got the black hole of defense that is Rhys Hoskins at first base. That's terrible.
I think Stott is going to have a little bit more range than Segura. Segura's really good at making hard, tight plays. You know, a line drive, short hop that's a foot or two to his left or right. Like those things. Stott is a guy I can see going deep into a hole and getting a ball that maybe Segura couldn't get once he develops a little bit more. So, yeah, him, I'm fine with at second base. Bohm showed a lot of improvement.
He really
this year.
did.
And if you have a left side of the infield of Bohm and Turner, Bogarts,
oh my gosh,
whoever Swanson, you that'll be fine. That'll be okay.
I mean, Pat, do you have any worries about this team with no shift?
No, because I think every team's going to deal with it. So I don't think it's going to really affect the Phillies more so than another team.
Doesn't it make good defensive teams, though, better? Give them more of an advantage?
No, I think it actually hurts them because they're stuck.
Because they're stuck.
Yeah, they're not. The defensive player is not able to really use his range properly because he's just stuck in that one spot.
No feet on the outfield grass for an infielder.
Right.
No shortstop or second baseman over the bag. And no 3 men on one side of the infield. So I went and read the rule yesterday exactly as they wrote it out. So that's it. I think it's crazy because what happens, how many times have you seen late in a game where they would bring in to try to stop a run, they bring the center fielder in as they would bring him in as a fifth infielder. That was always part of the game.
Yeah.
From the time I was a child.
Yeah.
That was part of the game. So you're not allowed to do that now.
Well, yeah,
by
they'll
those
figure
rules,
a way around it.
No,
yeah.
by those rules, you can't.
Well, he can't be on the infield dirt, right?
Right. So you just got to.
So you bring him in to cover up the middle right off of the dirt. Something. They'll figure it out.
When the pitch comes, the infielder's feet have to be in the dirt, I guess is how it was defined. I'm watching, I forget the guy from Intentional Talk or whatever, talk about it. The infielder's feet have to be in the dirt when the pitch goes. Who's watching all this?
Yeah, you're going to have an extra eye. You might.
Who's watching all this?
You might have an extra eye up in a press box area or whatever to absolutely do that. Somebody
eye
has
in the
right
sky,
side.
You challenge it?
Yeah.
That shortstop was.
The first time I see that, I'm going to puke.
I mean,
baseball's going to come to that. Wait a second. His half a foot was on the grass. It wasn't on the dirt. You know what the best thing I'm going to like about the shift being gone now is when a ball comes off a player's bat. And you say to you, and I don't know if you guys do this too, but I'm still into it. When it comes off, it's like, base hit. And then you say, no,
yes.
because the third infielder is playing out in right field.
Correct.
Now, when the ball comes off the bat, we're going to know again if it's a hit or not because of where the fielders are. But it's back to old baseball, which I like. I don't like the fact that you're taking away what sports
Strategy.
is about. Exactly. But if you're going to do it, okay.
Legislating out strategy, Pat. We don't like it.
Not a huge fan of it, but I think it will ultimately make the game better.
So you don't see a negative to the Phillies with this?
I think it gives them a cop-out.
It gives them a what?
A cop-out.
What do you mean?
They'll be able to sit there and say, we would have gotten to it if we were able to shift properly.
Oh, boy. Well, I'll tell you this. It explains to me, though, the need for defense at first base. And that if you can't use Rhys Hoskins as a DH, I don't know how you do it again. He was the worst defensive player in the postseason this year in baseball. In all of baseball, he was the worst defensive player.
Well, somebody has to be the worst.
And he cost you in every single series. He botched stuff. I mean, I can't trust it. I don't want to go through it for another year. And I know he's a fantastic bat when he's hot. But I can't do it another year watching that crappy defense.
Well, if you are going to settle in with him, if you are going to go one more year with him,
right?
The DH is vitally important.
It is.
You can hide him for a couple games a week. Like I said before, you have a team that's built with tons of DH, guys that can jump in there and play it at any time. So, Real Muto going to first, or maybe you do try Bohm at first every once in a while. But I would say 2 times a week, I would DH Rhys Hoskins if he's still on the team just to get his defense off the field.
It's 4 years. It's 4 days later, by the way. Why have I not heard about a Bryce Harper surgery?
We were supposed to hear something in the middle of the week is what I heard.
That's what I had heard,
Yeah.
and it's already now. We're to Wednesday, but hopefully that'll come. Hey, Philly, don't miss a Big 5 college basketball showdown. Aaron McKee and the Temple Owls battle Villanova on Friday, November 11th at 7 p.m. at the Leah Center. Many, many seats available for you. Visit owlstix.com. Should be hopefully a good one, Pat. Hopefully we will be treated to a good performance on Friday night by our Owls. Coming up, even after his smear ad yesterday, Anthony Gargano, I'm going to tell you he was right. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We were in this position last year. Many of you are in this position now. You've got a high school senior. They're looking at college. They've sent in their applications. They're waiting to hear back. But there's a lot to consider about the financial ramifications of paying for it all. I suggest you sit down with your student at College Ave Student Loans. It is the shortcut on the road to that college education. Go to collegeave.com. Their website's simple, easy to use, and I'm telling you, it's around a 5-minute investment of your time. And they've got a student loan calculator that will estimate for your student what their monthly payment will look like when they graduate. So that you get to calculate with your student and say, if you need to borrow $20,000 over 4 years, $30,000 over 4 years, $40,000 over 4 years, here's what it's going to cost you. That way they know what to expect because loans are expected to be paid back. And collegeave.com helps you get through it simply, easily. So sit down with your college-bound senior this weekend and log on. Be part of the process. Go to collegeave.com. It's going to help everybody understand the situation better and tell them that Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
They put it on the air?
Of course they put it on the air. It was a big success.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey, Sixer fans, it's Matt Cord for the Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. The Bet Parks app is fun to use. Build around on what you want right from your phone. It's easy to sign up, great customer service, and faster to win than ever before. Download the Bet Parks app today. The Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers.
See website for terms and conditions. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Schefter and the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app have something special for fans all season long. Free rides home from every Birds home game. Fans ride home free from every home game on SEPTA's Broad Street line from NRG Station, courtesy of the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. Free rides begin at halftime of every home game. Join the fun on the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app by downloading now at betparks.com. Free rides and all about the fans from SEPTA and Bet Parks. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. You know what I hate? I hate feeling like I just got ripped off. You know what I mean. The guy sitting next to you on the airplane paid $180 for his ticket, and you just paid $600. Or you go out to dinner with your girl, and you pay $150, and the couple next to you has a coupon for half off. And the waiter says, sorry, you gotta have the coupon. Coupon, Groupon, what the? Well, at my store, everyone gets the perfect price. One place, one price. It's that simple. No coupons, no sales, no anything. Just the perfect price. Here's our big secret for the past 35 years. Just give people better quality for less money, and always treat them great. When we train our jewelers, we just tell them to make pretend you're taking care of your sister or your mother or your best friend and make them feel special. Experience the difference. Come see me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Oak Hills Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical breakthrough that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's proven to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED and turn back the clock in the bedroom, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. I don't think I've ever heard of it failing. This offer is worth $600, but it's free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify for this unprecedented offer. 215-302-9999.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show, returns on Paramount Network.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner.
The invasion is over.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, they'll learn power has a price.
Signing this is a declaration of war. We're already at war.
Yellowstone returns Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern for an epic 2-hour premiere event exclusively on Paramount Network.
Hi, this is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
That's not a rumor. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yep.
And I can actually ship there, right?
We have UPS right here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples has all your shipping supplies and UPS service in store. And right now, get 25% off UPS Express shipping services. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Valid only in Staples U.S. stores.
Sparkly and shiny and bold and bright. And this holiday season, Ulta Beauty has something for everyone on your list, even you. Because our kind of holiday is you having your kind of holiday with incredible must-haves like the Dyson hairdryer and a new limited edition blue, shimmery palettes from Morphe and Tarte, plus fragrances from Ariana Grande and more. So revel in that holiday bliss. Head to your local Ulta Beauty or buy online and pick up in store. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful.
Hey, to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators, we're gonna need some things.
Like a high-speed internet connection that can turn my ideas into reality.
Like the skills to become the world's most powerful coder.
Like the tools to start my sustainable shoe business.
You just heard some of the millions of students Comcast is supporting through Project Up, our comprehensive initiative and $1 billion commitment to open doors for the next generation so they can build a future of unlimited possibilities. Learn more at comcast.com/projectup.
Hey, it's Cuz. You're watching the game this week with friends? Score big. Served in style. Primo Hoagies party trays and sampler platters. You get the best tasting Hoagies ever. Save yourself the prep time. Stop into one of their over 90 locations for the greatest Hoagies ever. It's not just a Hoagie. It's a Primo.
The Hess truck's back and it's better than ever. Racing hot rods this year. The Hess truck's here.
A flatbed truck with lights, sounds, and 2 racing hot rods. Get it now at HessToyTruck.com with free shipping and batteries.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey.
Hey, it's Coach. The Birds looking pretty good in a few different categories here, so why not grab your phone, use that Caesars Sportsbook app, and let's make a little bit of cash, huh? New users, your first bet with Caesars, I've been telling you this for a while now, on Caesars, up to $1,250. Grab the phone. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app. You have to remember, plug in the promo code RadioFull, then you make a first bet. The Birds not only at plus 500 to win the Super Bowl right behind the Bills, and who knows, right, with Josh Allen being hurt, you never know. They're also at plus 170 to win the NFC. So go ahead, drop some cash on them, because here's the thing. If you don't win on that first bet, you're going to get your money back as a free bet up to $1,250. When you bet with Caesars, you earn towards stays at some of Caesars' great locations. Plus, they have free dining, they have tickets, they have really, really, really cool experiences, and a whole lot more. And remember, use the promo code RadioFull. Caesars Sportsbook open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 and over. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promo for full terms. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You may not officially be one of my endless cousins, but I do consider you part of our family.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic, and we appreciate you being a part of things. Have you been into your local P.J. Willihan's lately? I know, Bob, you have.
Yeah, I was in there on Sunday.
I knew that. The fall's a great time to catch up with good friends at your local PJ's. Relax and enjoy PJ's famous wings while sipping your favorite beverages. P.J. Willihan's, where great times with good friends are made. So make sure that you are a part of that. By the way, has a myth? I believe it was a myth. I'm setting up the argument fake improperly, because you can't set it up that way. We've all heard the Frank Reich was the power behind the throne of Doug Peterson. We've all heard that about the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. Have we now seen that disproven by anything that happened in Indianapolis?
He seems to be the ultimate coordinator, not able to be elevated to the head coaching spot,
like a Buddy Ryan type. Great coordinator.
Yeah, that's not a bad comparison.
Great coordinator, terrible.
Yeah, and I had somebody texting me a couple of days ago that was predicting the Frank Reich thing, and said, watch, Steichen's going to be gone after this year because he's doing so well with this offense. Frank Reich's going to be back here as your offensive coordinator next year.
I'd be cool with that.
Do you think, Pat, you've heard that, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I have friends who believe it.
I heard John DeFilippo.
Oh, yeah?
Frank
really?
Reich. It was
really?
basically, It was, and if you noticed, it was always people that didn't like the Doug Peterson hiring from the get-go. That it was mostly people that were sitting there going, this guy didn't interview with anybody else. Listen to his press conference. He's a bumbling idiot. They're just going back to the Andy tree. So it was kind of like they were justifying his success by not giving him credit.
And I think Frank Reich's did a hell of a job as a coordinator.
He did.
But, I mean, he
got beat by Doug twice this season.
It was a disaster, for him in Indianapolis.
Yeah. Imagine him coming back. You have the familiarity with Nick Sirianni and Frank Reich.
Now Nick worked for him.
Yes.
Have you seen that? I guess you've seen that in hoops. You have to have seen that somewhere where a coach.
You work for me, bitch.
Yeah, where somebody was a boss to somebody else, and then they go work for them. I'm sure it's. I just can't think of it.
I'd have to go through my
at the moment
Rolodex in my head, which is really sloppy and slow.
Well, that's because.
But yeah, I'm sure it has happened. Yeah,
that's a good one there. And look, I don't wish badly on Frank Reich. He made a fortune being a head coach of the Colts, and
yeah, he'll do all right.
And if Shane Steichen leaves, I'd have no problem with that. And I heard Anthony.
I'd welcome him back.
And I heard Anthony talk about the fact that, well, if Shane Steichen left and Frank Reich came back, I'd be like, oh, I'd be okay with that. And then he said, and Jonathan Gannon is the hotter candidate. And if Jonathan Gannon ended up leaving, that Vic Fangio, who is getting paid by Denver this year, so he doesn't want to work. So he's not working in order to be able to collect every dollar from Denver and have the year off to refresh and everything. He'll be in his mid-60s next year. Vic Fangio, if you had to replace him, and Anthony was talking about it, I'd be like, I'd be very happy with that. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, it's tough when you get success. People go they just get it's like apples on a tree. Boom, you got to pick them. It's going to happen if you're ready for it. Great, they could be. There are ties. Both offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. You have tie-ins to them right now, which is great. So yeah, if those two get plucked in Steichen and Gannon. It seems like you have guys out there that you could like, and there's probably guys here that are underneath of them that you have confidence in also.
What's ironic, too, is the fact that when Nick Sirianni got hired, all we wanted was a veteran coaching staff.
Yeah, right?
I
did. We didn't get it.
You got the youngest staff.
The youngest staff, right? And then those two guys will probably get plucked, and they're going to be replaced by two veterans.
By the way, youngest staff in the NFL history last year and youngest staff again this year. And they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they are.
The youth movement.
Anthony Gargano was right, and I'm not talking about that vicious attack ad yesterday.
Well, that wasn't too far off either.
Which really just went, really. Well, Anthony's right. Shut up, Bob. The NBA season starts way too soon. Whether he was joking about it or not, Joel Embiid in his comments, well, now the Phillies season is over. The fans don't care that much early on. Attendance around the NBA proving it. Ratings around the NBA prove it. Ratings in the NBA come February, March. In how about this? In local markets, NBA ratings on television more than double in 13 of the NBA markets, more than double once football's over. They start the season too early.
Yeah.
And I loved the year that we had basketball into the summer. Like, I sort of don't understand why the NBA wants to put so much of its season, so much of its product on the NFL map when it could shift it even by a month or 6 weeks and just have it all to itself, because the NBA in the summertime would dominate Major League Baseball regular season in the doldrums of summer.
Yeah, Anthony has had his
map,
sports calendar laid out for years. And I mean, when I first came over here 5 years ago and he and I were doing the morning show, that was the first I ever heard him lay it out. And it amazed me. And it all makes sense. In starting the NBA season later takes you into summer. And then at the end of summer, boom, baseball gets its September, October, and now November to shine forth. And then you have football starting right after. It aligns perfectly the way Anthony says it. It's a shame that I do think that NBA players and coaches kind of have in their head, they'll never admit it, that, yeah, that's when the season really starts. It's kind of around Christmas time.
Yeah, I mean, it really does, is that...
But the great teams from the beginning, there's coaches that break down the seasons in different ways. Like Brett Brown used to break it down into threes. It's the beginning of the season to Christmas, Christmas to the trade deadline till the or All-Star break to the end. That the great teams, though, from the start of the season until Christmas, although that's when the season begins, they'll rack up wins. So you're like, oh, wow, they're 15-5.
So they've got a buffer.
Exactly. And it's teams like the Sixers where you're missing Embiid, you're missing Harden. Before you know it, 10, 20 games are gone by, and you're a 500 team.
In Cooney's Corner, Bob wonders whether there is one move that can do this.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
All right, now we have to do this individually. And, Pat, I need you to play a big part in this also, because I'm honestly putting this question out to you. Should the Phillies make that shortstop move, whether it be any of the 4 players that we've talked about, including Craig?
Okay, right.
We're going to throw him in there. If they make that move and pretty much stay the same elsewhere, like the practice that we did yesterday, are they better than the Braves?
No.
Ooh, I'll go yes.
Wow.
Are they better than the Mets?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Edge over the Mets. To me, it's razor thin.
So if you sign one of the big shortstops,
you're a wild
and
card.
you keep, pretty much the same, and all the stories that I've read, do you go after a starting pitcher, have kind of leaned towards, no, I think you keep the pitching staff the way it is right now. With Painter coming up, with Suarez, with Falter, and then, of course, what you have with Wheeler and Nola and others or whatever. You might not make a huge move with your starting pitching if you're going to go big on the shortstop area. So the two of you right there, that puts you a Philly second, maybe even third in the division still with that big. Are they better than the Dodgers if they make that move?
Nope.
No.
But it is an addition by subtraction.
Yeah. I mean, it inches you closer.
They're not better. They're
a lot closer.
Exactly why I put it out there. I mean, you're taking one of their best players.
I think you're closer to you're closer or ahead of the Mets. And you're closer to I don't know if you're closer to the Dodgers or the Braves.
Wow. How about the Padres?
They're right there.
Let's not forget who they're getting back, too, Fernando Tatis.
Yeah, I'm not sold on their pitching.
I'm not sold you're better than the Padres.
Okay.
I'm sold you're better than the Padres.
All right, so if you make this huge splash and you're the Phillies, you probably, according to all of us, the third or fourth best team in the National League.
Yep.
Is that enough?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I just watched them go to the World Series. Yeah, it's
okay. That's
that's a fair point.
Right?
That's fine.
It is the oddity.
I mean, the Braves winning the World Series was an oddity. They were a wild card team. Let's talk about oddity.
No, they were a division title team. They were not a wild card team.
Yeah, they went on a stretch or whatever it was.
They won the division.
All right, enough.
At some point, the Dodgers have to start coming back to the pack.
Really? Why?
I mean, it's been so. I don't know. It usually just happens unless you're the Atlanta Braves, where you go on a 13-year stretch where you're winning division titles every year. They're approaching that.
Yeah, well, they're 5, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, they're dominant.
I mean, it is dominant. Dodgers are crazy.
Yeah. So all the more reason that I think plucking Trey Turner would be so nice.
I think it would be really, really nice.
Yeah, because
I don't think you plug Trey Turner in and all of a sudden you're the National League favorites or as good as the Mets and Dodgers.
Well, that was my point on this whole thing, because a lot of times you make a blockbuster move, and especially when you've just been to the World Series, you make a blockbuster move, and I'm sure in some people's minds it's like, oh, World Series, here we come. But there's still 2 or 3 teams that are even better than you after you would do a Trey Turner thing. So the talk is if they can get one of those major shortstops, you probably pretty much stand pat. You try to shore up the bullpen a little bit. But I don't know if you can go after another starter or not. It just doesn't.
Pitcher?
Yeah.
I don't think you need a starting pitcher.
Exactly. My point exactly. Yeah.
You guys are very confident of this starting staff.
I mean,
if I'm talking about Falter, I'm talking about Falter's my 4th?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, a month ago, everybody was faltered up.
Well,
no, I mean,
Painter 4, Falter 5. Wheeler, Nola, Suarez. And then you go, say, Painter, Falter.
I have the big itch that they're going to try to get Nola to re-up, like add 3 years to his deal and get him to Brown. Now, I'm not saying it's not like he's terrible or anything, but I'm not as sold on Nola being the huge difference maker in his last 3 starts of the year. Sort of back that up completely.
Yeah, I heard somebody say this will be the prove-it year for Aaron Nola. I'm like, he's 28, 29 years old.
Prove-it year?
You know what he is. You hope that he's good more often than he's not, and this year he was. What sticks with you, though, are the final appearances in the playoffs where he was not good. But it's also pitching on innings that he's never done before.
Yeah.
I'm not making excuses for him. That's just the reality of it. But, all right, if you're going to go get another pitcher, you're probably talking
back end of the rotation.
Not him specifically, but are you comfortable with like a Noah Syndergaard? Not him specifically.
Right.
But I'm talking about, like Syndergaard, I said to you before the show, John, I was shocked, Pat, when I read it today. I didn't realize he signed for $20 million before last year on a one-year deal.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
So you're talking a back-end pitcher. I think that's why Pat and I are kind of like, you're okay staying with the pitching staff as is now because a back-end pitcher is requiring that much money now.
I think you're settling.
Well, okay. You need an answer then.
You do. I mean,
it's weird.
You do, but I think you're settling at that.
It's a rock and a hard place.
Yeah,
but Andrew Painter, if he comes in and gives you 140, 50 innings next year.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that's your unsettled settling.
I worry about Painter, though, that they're going to do the stupid...
I don't think they will.
Washington Nationals did with... gosh, why am I drawing a blank?
Strasburg?
Strasburg.
Yeah.
His innings, shut him down. Innings got to be shut down.
I don't think they will. And, Pat, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, because they've been burned by doing it before. Like, Ranger Suarez should be ahead of where he is right now.
Yes.
But they had to hold him back. And we've seen Spencer Howard, guys that are starters all of a sudden, 60 pitchers, we got to put them back. You think they're going to do that with Painter?
Well, these guys all worry about pitch counts. Pitch counts was what Rob Thompson was obsessed with pitch count. Yeah, so am I expected to think that in April he's going to have amnesia and not be? I mean, there you go. The weird thing was, I don't know if you heard the comments from Thompson. It was predetermined that he was taking out Wheeler, but he didn't share with Wheeler. It was predetermined that he was going to make the bullpen move when it came to it.
I swear when
drives me crazy.
When the conversation comes up, like you'll see somebody they haven't seen since the series is over, and the question, would you have taken out Wheeler? I'm so pissed off by it still that I don't even want to talk.
No, I don't want to talk about it either.
Not here, but I still can't believe he took him out.
It was dumb.
Yeah, there's that.
That's insightful, Pat.
It was just asinine.
And we know dumb and asinine.
Yeah.
We got a PhD in it. But
smart.
And again, Rob Thompson did so many great things to get there. Like, my mom would always say, if you got into trouble or something and you did something, she'd say, turn around. Look at your steps. How'd you get here? What'd you do? And it's the truth. Like, Rob Thompson got them there.
Yeah.
All his steps got them to where he got to crap his pants on the biggest stage, but he got there.
Yeah.
Which is an amazing accomplishment. So there was so much good in the ledger column before that horrible bad that I refuse to let it skew me on him being a good, like, he's a very good manager, and he's a good manager of people. That decision will continue to just freak me out forever, though. That's going to be one. I'll think of that decision. I will think on the deathbed. That'll be one of those ones.
Jeez, I hope you're thinking about a lot of different things if that comes to that. You're right. I want to be thinking about that Eagles-Tampa Bay game.
Yeah. When they close the vet
this is going to rank right up there. It ranks right up there with Roger Mason getting pulled in 93.
Right.
With, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers stuff with Kawhi Leonard.
Oh.
I mean, we could list our 7 deadly things that have happened in Philly sports, and I think Rob Thompson's decision to pull Wheeler's right there, yeah.
Hey, the Rhys Hoskins situation, Pat, is something, though, that you are watching. You are all over this one, and I think you have a belief that this is already done?
Oh, yeah, he's coming back. Yeah, this isn't even a question. He's coming back.
Are you trying to make me happy, or no?
It depends on how you look at it, but I know a lot of people are done with Rhys.
I'm not done with him, but
want him gone. Get your mind around this.
Well, if you don't want him back.
No, I want them to explore every possibility. I do not want to say get rid of him.
Okay.
I want them to. I do not want them to go into the offseason trying to come up with their plan, saying, "Well, Rhys Hoskins is set, so let's just forget about that. That's set. We're not even considering that."
Sorry to tell you, Rhys Hoskins is set. Look, I mean, the reality is, so everybody's looking at how to fix the first base situation. He's getting $7 million this year with arbitration. He might get, you guys put the number at
like
12.
10, 12, 10. Right? Yeah.
Okay, $10 million for a guy who's going to hit 30 home runs and work a lot of counts. That's a bargain right there. That's the way the Phillies will look at it. If they're looking to make a big splash with Trey Turner, they're not going to make a move at first base for the sake of making a move, which is going to end up costing you more money. If you want, you can go out and get Anthony Rizzo. He's going to cost you $20 million. The free agent market at first base is gross. It's old. It's not exactly fleet of foot. Not a lot of gold glovers on there. And then I've also heard the argument of, well, move Schwarber to first base.
Okay.
So he's not good in left field, but he's going to be so much better with a new glove at first base. That makes no sense. Move Alec Boehm to first base. So he's finally improving at third base defensively. So we're going to move him to first base.
That logic, though I totally embrace you on that. Like, I get that. That's a valid point of view. But if he can play the hot corner, he can absolutely play first.
He might.
And he's young, so he would have plenty of time to get better and better at it.
He might.
So, I mean, he can play it.
But then there was the argument, all I ever heard was, well, you can't have a first baseman hitting 15 home runs, and now all of a sudden we're making a priority on defense. You got to pick and choose because Rhys will hit 30 home runs, but defensively he's atrocious.
That was before DH, though.
Good point.
In the National League. But I get you, though.
The people, the guys that we're mentioning to replace him internally aren't exactly good defensively. Alec Boehm's come a long way, but then you have a question of who plays third base. Nick Castellanos, he hasn't played it in 5, 6, 7 years. So now you've got to fill a position of third base, and that's going to cost you more than $10 million. You don't have anyone internally. It's a situation of, I think if there was a free agent out there that made sense.
And by the way, Hall is not that guy.
No, Hall can't hit lefties. They don't have faith. They didn't put him on the postseason roster. So,
which was a mistake, by the way.
They're in a situation where he's going to be back. Now, whether he gets brought back the next year when he's done with arbitration, that's another story. But they've got a very affordable first baseman right now who'll hit you 30 home runs. And while people don't like to hear it, it's just the reality of the situation. He's going to be back. If you want Trey Turner, one of the ways you get Trey Turner is bringing back Rhys Hoskins because he's that affordable.
The man makes a great argument, John.
You make a great. There's no lies told there. The only thing
there's not even anything to question, Pat.
There is though.
There's a lot.
I hate the idea of we're going into an off season saying, well, that's a set position, and we'll talk about that more later on in the show. But I first base should not be a set position on this team. He has not done anything defensively to say, yeah, we trust him. That's a set. He was the worst defensive player in the postseason in all of baseball. And it was over and over again. Over and over again, he cost his team. It wasn't just a bad game.
Well, so one thing I didn't even bring up, too, was, and this isn't to absolve him of his poor defense because he wasn't good, but you have to remember, the infield usually does him no favors. They throw a lot of balls at his ankles that he has to scoop. So if you put a Kyle Schwarber at first base who's never played that position before, now he's coming in and having to deal with that poor infield and having to scoop everything.
Oh, no, I got you.
That's a recipe for disaster.
You're right. I'm talking about the basic plays.
Oh, yeah, no.
He blew the Atlanta game on a basic play. He blew the game the other night on a basic play.
It was bad.
Well, he made bad plays. The offense didn't help at all either.
I got you, but he put the team, he caused them to score the winning runs.
Yeah, I won't say he lost the game for them, but he didn't play well defensively. But we can't forget about 30, 35, 85.
Oh, no.
That's hard to replace. And we could talk about, I don't know, if somebody says, Derek Hall. Derek Hall strikes out a ton and can't hit left-handers.
He's not the guy.
So he's not the guy. Is there somebody you're going to go out there and be able to pluck with limited money that's going to give you 30 to 35 and 85? I don't, probably not. I hate to say in sports you're going to have to live with something, right?
Right.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes you have to live with players, great point guards not being good shooters, or, dominant big men who just can't block shots, whatever it may be. There's going to be sometimes some faults that you're going to have to live with. And we can say that how bad Rhys was in the playoffs with it. They still got to the World Series.
12, by the way, Pat, two different sites, MLB Trade Rumors and MLB Talk. 12.25 and 12.6 are the two projected numbers they have for Hoskins' salary next year. He's taking a good jump. He's going up $5 million.
Yeah, I'm just
That's what they
skeptical on that.
believe.
I'm skeptical, but even then, I mean, $12 million for a first baseman is going to do
with that
what
kind of
he does
production.
at the bat. You know, you're not finding that anywhere else. So you're basically making a move to make a move, and that move that you're making is going to be way more than Rhys Hoskins' $12 million.
All right, we got a lot coming up there, and there are a lot of big names on the list. We're going to do a little shopping for the holidays, and Pat gets involved in this process because I want this to be a shopper's paradise. Pat knows how to find values. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. A lot of people hate Steven Singer, and most of them are local jewelers that compete with Steven Singer. Because I don't know what's to hate. I got to tell you, the number one gift that he's got this year are the diamond stud earrings. By the way, every woman loves them. Real diamond studs are awesome. And you can get a pair of his Anita diamond stud earrings for under $300. These are also great if you're looking to get a gift to start your college-age daughter off on some diamond earrings. There's no phony sales, no haggling, no nonsense. Steven's real diamond studs are flawless to the eye. They're near colorless. And they come with his full value trade-in, which means you spent $300 now. You want to upgrade next year? You can trade in those diamonds for the full value. Also, a full 100-day, 100% no-hassle money-back guarantee. That is absolutely awesome. So shop now with no risk for Christmas. Free shipping both ways. That's great. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. Click on his Anita diamond stud earrings or visit Steven's showroom at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. You're going to buy real diamonds from a real jeweler you can trust. It's my friend Steven Singer. I don't hate him. IHateStevenSinger.com is where you find him.
The John Kincade Show.
You can't just tag no offense on the end of something horribly offensive and act like it's okay.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Start NFL Week 10 off with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Whether you're new to FanDuel or not, get free bets back if your Thursday night same-game parlay doesn't hit. Same-game parlays combine bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Not the prettiest of games between Atlanta and Carolina, but you know that Atlanta's going to be able to put up some points against that Carolina defense. So how about you look at Kyle Pitts is over for receiving yards, and maybe you take a look at Marcus Mariota rushing yards, maybe an anytime touchdown. Build yours or choose from one of the popular pre-built same-game parlays built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. However you want to play, bet the NFL on Thursday night with a no-sweat same-game parlay. Just sign up with promo code FANATIC if you don't already have an account. That's promo code FANATIC. And if you have an account, you're all set. Just sign in to see what you've got. Make every moment worth FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. 3+ legs. Minimum $1 bet required. Refund issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max free bet $5. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
My son Finn was born with congenital heart disease and spent the first 8 months of his life in the hospital. Starlight Children's Foundation has played an important role in our lives. For 5 weeks as a baby, Finn lived in a Starlight Hero wagon instead of having to sleep in a hospital bed. Starlight provides moments of joy for families like mine at a time where there's very little to be found. Learn more about how Starlight brightens the lives of sick kids by visiting starlight.org today.
Hey, to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators, we're gonna need some things.
Like a high-speed internet connection that can turn my ideas into reality.
Like the skills to become the world's most powerful coder.
Like the tools to start my sustainable shoe business.
You just heard some of the millions of students Comcast is supporting through Project Up, our comprehensive initiative and $1 billion commitment to open doors for the next generation so they can build a future of unlimited possibilities. Learn more at comcast.com/projectup.
When you hire a lawyer, 2 important factors are experience and trust.
and Philly residents have trusted Rosenbaum Injury Law for over 30 years. What might surprise you is John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan is from Florida. While he likes to brag about all his results, what he doesn't tell you is they're not from Philly. That's because he just opened a Philly office in 2017. Rosenbaum Injury Law, experienced in Philly and results in Philly.
Hi, this is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
That's not a rumor. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yep.
And I can actually ship there, right?
We have UPS right here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples has all your shipping supplies and UPS service in store. And right now, get 25% off UPS Express shipping services. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Valid only in Staples U.S. stores.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Hi, it's John Kincade for College Ave Student Loans. If you're high school seniors looking for scholarships this fall, College Ave is here for you. They're giving away $5,000 right now. Just go to collegeave.com/college before November 30th to enter to win. It's fast, it's easy, and could have a big impact on your college cost. College Ave wants to help you have a stress-free college experience. So don't miss out. $5,000 is available to you at collegeave.com/college. No purchase necessary to enter or win. See official rules for details.
The life of a Phillies sports fan is a wild ride. Some years we fly high, some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game. Shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. On the way to the tailgate, coin toss, and kickoff, the Broad Street line takes us from home to home field, and this season home free thanks to Bet Parks. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home. Sponsored by Bet Parks at iseptaphilly.com.
FanDuel Casino is giving you a free chance to spin and win today and every day. Introducing FanDuel Casino Reward Machine, a free-to-play game giving you a shot to win up to $2,000 in casino bonus every day. It brings you all the excitement of playing FanDuel Casino games for free. Every day at 6 p.m., you get 3 chances to spin the Reward Machine reels. There are 3 ways to win. 1, match any 3 symbols for an instant win. 2, collect symbols each day for a chance to win weekly prizes. Or 3, win up to $2,000 if you collect 3 trophies. So what are you waiting for? Download the FanDuel Casino app by going to FanDuel.com/Bob and start playing Reward Machine today. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. No purchase necessary. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The John Kincade Show.
What matters is what the fans are saying on Twitter and other social media platforms. The true barometer of success.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show on The Fanatic, and we appreciate you making time for us. Tell your family, tell your friends. My 7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. I love my app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Though I am down on the football season, Pat. I'm down $3.
Sorry to hear that.
For the football season. We're 8 weeks in. The Eagles are 8-0. And I've actually lost $3. And I was up. Not a lot. Because I've been treading water. I've just been falling apart on things.
It happens.
It does. I expect a strong finish.
A minor setback for a major comeback.
I want to be like Andy Reid, second half of the year. I'll round into shape and really do a great job with it. But check out that Bet Parks app. It's pretty awesome, and we appreciate you being a part of things. So my gentleman who checks in with me every day goes, boy,
What's up, gentlemen?
He said, your voice sounds really strong today.
Oh, yeah, people are really turned on by your voice, huh, John?
Just told me third time. I don't think he's thinking. He always has some other thing, and then he's saying you're completely wrong on Rhys Hoskins. So he leads
your voice
with,
sounds strong,
your voice
but the words
sounds
coming
really
out are
strong
horrible.
today. He goes, but you're completely wrong on Rhys Hoskins. He says, do you not remember the big hits? I'm like, I remember all the big hits, but I also remember that defense matters. It matters.
So does hitting.
It does, but
They wouldn't have been in the World Series without Rhys Hoskins.
No questions asked. They
Yeah.
wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
But they also were they're hamstrung by his defense. His defense is a problem. He's a bad fielder.
Are they more hamstrung by his defense or by the fact this season right now that you could only have Bryce Harper as your DH?
You made that point, and you make a really good point with that.
It just popped into my head right now, seriously.
If Rhys Hoskins was a 4-day-a-week first baseman and a 2-day-a-week a DH, I could live with that in a second.
Yeah, and this
Like, if
team
he
is
just took
perfectly
him
made
off the
for
field,
that.
it
Yeah. Yeah, so he's not. I agree with Pat. He's not going anywhere. The money doesn't really add up for it to happen. The shuffling of everything. I just looked it up. Kyle Schwarber, a lot of people say, you throw him at first base, and Pat made the point. He's played 20 total games in his major league career at first base. Like, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people who think Real Muto is the plan long term that they would then.
That's what I thought.
And it could be, and he's a great athlete.
But he just won a Gold Glove.
But
at
you can't
catcher.
take him out.
Yeah, he just won the Gold Glove at catcher. So you're not moving your Gold Glove catcher to first base.
Now, if you had, though, Pat, would you start? And even great Gold Glove catchers used to do this. When they would get to JT Realmuto's age, they would play them like on a weekend game at first base.
See, I thought that
like a Johnny Bench.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was the plan. But they didn't do it.
Well, they didn't have a
look at
chance
his
to, did
numbers.
he?
Look at his numbers this past year. He didn't play first base all that much.
Was it twice?
Yeah, they had plenty of opportunities.
And they didn't do it.
They didn't do it. So he's probably your best first baseman defensively is JT Realmuto, but when they traded O'Hoppe, they kind of poo-pooed that plan because O'Hoppe comes up, he takes over the catching spot, then you move JT over. But
did O'Hoppe get you Syndergaard or did O'Hoppe get you Marsh?
I mean, technically O'Hoppe got you Marsh, but I always looked at the trade as O'Hoppe and Moniak for Marsh and Syndergaard.
Because I do think O'Hoppe will end up being something, but who knows?
He's already their starting catcher.
Exactly. They penciled him in, but I want to see it materialize.
Yeah.
That it works. Let's compare the big name items on the MLB shopping list, though. There are going to be at least 5 legitimate bidders, according to John Heyman and ESPN.com, on Trey Turner. So, 5 legit bidders. I was trying to figure out who the 5 are, and it includes the Dodgers, by the way. So, if we assume Dodgers, Phillies, who are the other bidders?
Braves.
Dodgers, Phillies, Braves?
Well, if they lose Swanson.
Twins.
It looks to me like there's teams like that like if the Braves would look at Trey Turner and go, Trey Turner's better than Dansby Swanson. But if you got Trey Turner, if you get Dansby Swanson, you can do more things with your options. So what if one of the other options, other than Trey Turner, allowed you to get a better starting pitcher at the back end of your rotation, a better reliever, and maybe you've got the money that you're looking towards to be able to throw it in and you can start the budget to re-sign if you want to extend Aaron Nola. But the Trey Turner money restricts you from doing some of those things. Is it worth it to you to fill extra holes to go with a by the way, Carlos Correa is not going to be cheap.
No, none of them is going to be cheap.
They're not going to be cheap.
No.
But and I absolutely, if you were to say right now, how would you stack them? Because to me, I would go Trey Turner would be number 1 for me as far as the number 1 player out there if I could add one.
Yep.
Xander Bogaerts would be number 2.
He's number 2 for me, too.
He's number 2 for you also?
Yeah. Yeah, I go there.
And I go Swanson Correa.
We're in lockstep.
Now you and Swanson would have to make up, but that we can do that. I can broker that.
No, he's not built for this city. That's fine.
I can broker that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If you laid a game plan out in front of me, John, about the stuff you're talking about, I'd grab my red pen and put a big X through looking for a back end starter. I don't think it's.
So you don't think it's that important?
I don't. I mean, here are a couple.
What are you
reasons.
looking at? Trade deadline that you go maybe at the trade deadline
Maybe
you
you
go get a
have it.
veteran starter?
Yeah, but maybe you have it, and they did do it. They brought in Syndergaard this year for what it's worth or what it's not. But look what we were talking about in the playoffs. Your fourth and fifth starter weren't even really thought about. They were thrown in there as, oh, God, we got to put them in now. I think if Painter comes up here and shows you something, I think Falter now has some time under his belt, and he's a left-hander. I think that progresses, in my book, that progresses a guy a little bit quicker. Like, he's a left-hander. There's not a lot of them in the league, so they're unfamiliar territory for
I can't wait to
a
see
lot
that.
of players. Yeah, so I don't want to spend money on a back-end guy. If you go trade deadline and stuff like that, because like I said, I was shocked this morning when I read that Syndergaard was a $20 million one-year deal. That's shocking.
That was incredible to me.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Is that desperate? That's desperation, right?
It's the Angels trying to see if he can regain his form from the Mets post-injury. He didn't. He had to kind of invent himself. But he's not going to be a $20 million pitcher this season.
No.
Would you consider bringing him back?
Yeah. I consider bringing him back. I consider bringing Eflin back.
What if you could get
Gibson back? Any of those guys?
Okay, give me a number on Syndergaard.
I mean, any of those guys, $10 million.
I think I'd go $10 million.
And
on
the reason
Syndergaard.
why I say 10 is because you signed Corey Knebel for 1 year, $10 million.
Yeah,
I think I'd do that.
And I'm looking
I'd consider it.
I'm looking at all three of these guys, not necessarily as what they can give you as a starter, but what they can give you as a reliever.
Eflin, Syndergaard.
Yeah.
You could Eflin, Syndergaard. I'm giving you. They're sitting on the shelf, and the price is $10 million. You get to pick one up off the shelf.
Oh, I'd probably pick Eflin.
I think I'd have to too.
Even with the injury situation,
Yeah.
because here's
the
one of
knee
the
is a
things
concern, but
he was getting stronger, and Eflin always breaks down. And Syndergaard looks like he's at least rounding into credible back of a rotation form. Eflin's always going to break down every year. Just pencil it in.
I don't know.
Here's what. Go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry.
You go.
Here's what I'm wondering about Syndergaard. It's like that 2 to 3 year frame after the Tommy John surgery that guys seem to be able to amp it up.
And he's just entering into it.
Just getting there. We saw it with Wheeler. I thought the Phillies got Wheeler at the perfect time after surgery, a few years after, and that's where you can really amp it up. Don't know if he still has it, but maybe that does. Maybe 2 or 3 more miles an hour come on his fastball.
I see Syndergaard over Eflin.
So I pick Eflin just because of the sinker in that ballpark.
Not a bad reason.
I like that idea, but the fact that he is always dealing with some kind of injury does worry me.
Puts a hamper on it.
Yeah,
a damper on it, not a hamper.
Yeah,
you can go hamper. You're a laundryman.
No, but it's close. It's a close argument. I've seen Eflin pitch out of the bullpen, not much, but he
wasn't bad at all.
He's had slightly more success than Syndergaard, but that's just because Syndergaard didn't pitch out of the bullpen all that much.
And Eflin pitched in more high leverage bullpen situations.
So that's kind of why I'm picking him.
That's not bad. Not a bad thought there.
I'd bring one of them back. I'd have no problem with it.
And you're saying about the transition, though, that later on you're moving him to the bullpen.
Yeah, the idea. My idea was, if it works out as a starter, great. But how would they do as a bullpen piece?
Invisible Fence Brands Containment Technologies help keep your pets secure. As part of their pre-Black Friday sale, you can get $300 off your system through November 15th. Schedule your consultation today at InvisibleFence.com. Now, 2022 is going to be an amazing year in my memory banks. The year that star NFL quarterbacks collectively just fell off a cliff. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life, where Rodgers, Brady, Ryan, if you did not watch, Aaron Rodgers they were running through Aaron Rodgers' interceptions, and he has made some horrible, horrible decisions with the football. Just like it's all, and he does have a miserable look on his face. Brady, though he had a comeback the other day, it was a terrible game against the Rams. Horrible game. And not moving the ball on offense at all. And Matt Ryan literally went from being a 4,000-yard passer plus to just being inept. I've never seen it with 3 guys who all have career discussion, Hall of Fame discussion numbers, that they all fall out of nowhere, just collapse. A complete collapse.
Well, how many times have you seen three prominent quarterbacks be 37, 38, and 45?
Yeah, the Brady one.
You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty cool. We saw it with, what's his face? My God.
Sorry, take your time.
Why is his name New Orleans Saints?
Drew Brees.
Drew Brees. You know, you get surprised that, wow, Drew's 34, 5, 6, 7, 8. And, whoa, what's going on here?
Wow.
And then you saw the drop-off, and he's like, yeah, I'm done.
All of a sudden.
Yeah. But you don't see quarterbacks all that often be productive, like hardly ever at this age. Now we have three of them in the league, 37, 38, and 45.
It's incredible.
So it's kind of uncharted waters if you look at it that way. And, yes, it appears that they all did it at once.
Now, Brady's, I understand, 45 is stupid.
Yeah,
but he does not look the same, and the zip on the ball does not look the
same. And I'll tell you what, it was weird. Watching the game the other day, I commented to somebody who I was watching with, and I said, he just doesn't – he looks skinny. And we talked about his face before, and I'm not talking – but he's walking off the field one time, and I was like, that doesn't – if you would have taken the head off or whatever, and I'm just looking at the body, that doesn't look like Tom Brady to me.
You wouldn't have thought it was Brady's physique.
So I don't know what it is. Like, look, God bless him. He's the greatest of all time. 45.
He absolutely is.
45 years old.
Incredible.
He's still playing NFL quarterback at a high level. But, yeah, it was funny. When you brought this up, John, I was like, wow, John's exactly right. We're talking about three Hall of Famers, three of the top passing quarterbacks of all time, and they all seem to be falling off this cliff.
And is Stafford part of this, too?
Not yet. I think that's more of an injury. How old is Stafford?
Stafford's younger than Ryan. Ryan's the 08 draft. I think Stafford might have been the 09 draft. I think Stafford may have been the...
So he's 3 years younger than Matt Ryan.
He was the 11 draft, maybe, because Ryan was the 08 draft.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
You just don't see... You see quarterbacks now, creeping up to that. They're playing into their mid-30s and all. These guys are going late 30s and, in Brady's case, mid-40s. So, surprising that it all happened at once? Yeah. It should be less surprising because of their ages,
when you see the drop-off, though, of a guy falling off a cliff, I always have the doubt in the back of my head, like, what are they not doing? What were they doing last year that they're not doing this year?
Oh.
What were they like? Like, it's like, because they look old all of a sudden. Aaron Rodgers looks unrecognizable. When you have, and go read, if you go check the, I think it's Post-Gazette or whatever it is, Milwaukee, the guys who cover the who cover the Green Bay Packers, can I give you a clap? Because they refuse to bootlick one of the greatest players in franchise history. They're legitimately doing their job and saying, okay, this guy, yes, he's one of the greatest of all time. Full stop. Now let's go to the next thing. He's killing this team. His decision-making is horrendous. And it's almost like he's saying, he's pissed off at the organization, so he's just out there slinging it around, not caring.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that they've done something different. And look, I am not trying to compare anything here, but we've all played competitive sports. And I remember being in my late 30s and playing a league and wanting to do something and telling my body to do it. My body's saying, yeah, you can't. And it's a real thing. And these guys, like Aaron Rodgers might look at a 17-yard out and say, oh, no problem, flick my wrist and it's done. Then all of a sudden that becomes a 15-yard pass when the guy's at 17 yards. Your body, it just happens. And the phrase, Father Time is undefeated. It's damn true. And it's a real thing. It really is.
And Jalen, it does create the ascension of Jalen Hurts, Tua, and others. These younger quarterbacks. By the way, Tua, a guy I doubted. Completely doubted. These guys are ascending faster, and people are like jaw-dropping going, wow, where'd this come from with Jalen Hurts? Maybe just time? Experience?
Yeah, as much as you can fall off, you can ascend. Josh Allen, after his first year, and people were like, oh, wow, what's this about? And then, boom, he just exploded onto the scene. The ascension can be probably as quick as the fall-off, maybe even quicker, right, John?
Yeah.
You see it sometimes.
What's faster, ascent or – I think ascent is always faster than decline.
It's probably, yeah.
Because when
you can hide decline sometimes.
Because when somebody has already ascended, when they start to decline – we sit there and go, Well, it's like the Rhys Hoskins conversation we just had. People will discount the horrible defense by saying, yeah, but look at those great hits. Look at you've got a body of work to go. Well, think of all these great memories in our head. The ascent is always where it's sexy, Pat. That's where you're like, wow, this is coming out of nowhere.
I don't know. I mean, the decline for Brady's been pretty steep. I mean, it came out of nowhere. He went from 45 touchdowns to meh. With Tua and with Jalen Hurts, I just wonder if Aaron Rodgers, if he had the weapons that those two guys had, would he be in this situation? I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is totally cooked. Like Tom Brady, I'm pretty convinced is cooked. Aaron Rodgers, I just can't get over the fact they traded everybody and got rid of everybody that could catch a football. Now, maybe him.
But it's important to point out, and you can go read great pieces.
His contract.
They could have afforded Devontae Adams, but when he demanded to be paid what he was demanding to be paid when he was doing his I'm going to retire routine to come back, they had to get rid of Devontae Adams to make their payroll work. So Aaron Rodgers did that.
No,
the team didn't do it.
I'm aware.
You know what I mean?
If they had Howie, they could have worked it out.
Yeah, it's true. I just wonder if you had Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, how different Green Bay would look. If you had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and and this isn't to take away from Jalen Hurts or Tua, because their ascension has been steep, but it's been made easier because of the fact that their weapons they have are incredible.
Check out Lawn and Golf Supply Company in Phoenixville. They've got you covered. Snow blowers, generators, riding and zero-turn mowers. Go to lawn-golf.com for all of your outdoor equipment needs.
Guess what?
What's that?
Coach has almost made it through a whole segment.
Without
having to get up and run away.
Coach, we hope you're feeling better.
I know. I'm proud of you, dude. I'm keeping a
Coach
close eye on you.
Coach is playing wounded today. He's not sick. He's just got the
Appreciate you pointing that
upset
out, Bob.
stomach.
Well, we've been talking about it behind your back, and we just thought we'd let the listeners in on behind the scenes.
He's rocking a little bit.
And when you talk about it, sometimes it makes you think about it. So maybe I'm messing with him and trying to get him to get the hell out of here. I don't know.
You know what's karma's going to happen to you, Bob? You're gonna get
the explosive.
If I catch anything from you, you'll know.
Oh,
you're going to get stuck in traffic on the way home.
Oh, no, that's the worst. That's the worst feeling in the world. Upset stomach or having to pee, and you're stuck in a car. That's and you can't get off the road.
No.
By the way, yesterday, so obviously yesterday was election day. We had some fun with it here on the show. So I go and vote yesterday.
We did?
Yes. Well, Pat, I got brutalized by Anthony Gargano. I mean, literally, the Organized Crime Task Force came and talked to me.
Okay, but it's understandable getting brutalized by that guy. I got brutalized by Coach.
Yeah, but you and I formed a card for 2024.
Did, yeah.
See, so there it is.
Egan,
2024. So I go and vote yesterday in my new precinct, my new community. I literally walked in, had to maneuver 12 to 15 people in the parking lot between where I parked my car and the stairs to get into the polling place, which was a local middle school. Then when I go into the school, there are tables on both sides of the way with the two prominent parties, giving out stuff.
Yeah, because you usually, when you head to vote, you don't know who you're voting for.
Yes, no. And
you get convinced right then and there.
There's these it is a narrow hallway, and I'm talking two people shoulder to shoulder you couldn't go three. And they literally have tables set up where they're harassing you going into the polling place, which is the local gym. Then I walk in. They give me I check in, I show my ID. And she says, well, you won't have to show your ID anymore. Now we'll just look at your signature from now on out. Because I was a first-time voter. I'm like, so you don't need my ID ever to vote again? No. I'm like, okay, I trust this. So you're a handwriting expert. Then they hand me a manila folder with a paper ballot on it. I'm talking paper.
Uh-huh.
And
Not plastic.
They send me over to a table that's a folding table from like the church bake sale with a cardboard wall of that they made out of just literally cardboard wall where you could. It's not secure. It's not a polling booth. And you have to stand there with a pen and color in circles like it's a test.
Why don't you do mail-in next time?
Color in the dots. I don't know what I'm thinking about it. So then I go, and then you got to stand in line. And then you stand in line, you walk up, and you give somebody your manila folder. They open up your thing, take out your ballot, and they can see who you voted for.
I've never seen. You're not allowed to like do your own scanner. I've never seen anything like it. I felt like it was the 1950s, like I was voting in the 50s.
Mine was a different experience. John.
What did you have? A machine?
So we had a machine. You
had machines where you are.
We got a
Isn't
piece
that
of
nice?
paper. We loaded it up, and then the computer popped up, and then we.
Did you get a little
selected
card?
It was like a long white piece.
Right,
of paper.
right. Okay.
And we loaded it up in the machine, and you picked. And then when you said finish, it popped down. It showed you who you voted for, and then it was like cast.
You verified your vote, cast the vote.
And that was it.
Yeah,
I think your township or whatever.
It is for whatever. And you know what? This one lady goes to me. I said, I've never seen this. This is the most rudimentary voting process I've ever experienced in my entire life. And she goes, well, COVID.
That's not an excuse.
And I said, COVID? What are you talking about? And she did not like that answer.
His first time voting, and he starts a fight.
I'm like, I didn't start a fight. I'm just like, this is stupid. But more importantly, when does it? Why are people from parties allowed to populate polling places?
Oh, that's always
from both parties.
Yeah, that's always
that shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
I've never experienced that, by the way.
We have kegs and stuff.
Right after it closes, there's a knife fight in the parking lot. It's actually pretty entertaining. You voted in what? Westchester, I assume.
West Goshen.
West Goshen. Okay, so if you go about 2 miles away, down there, it's even worse. Yeah,
it's worse.
Eagleville, it's worse. They basically just get
a
everybody.
Stone's throw from Exeter.
They get everybody in a room and they just say, "Who wants to vote for this guy?" Show of hands.
So they do it like in Maine, or is it Maine or Vermont?
Yeah, we
where
still
they call
do
everybody
yay or nay.
into a room. Yay and nay.
Yay or
yeah,
nay.
we still
count
do that.
hands.
Yeah, Fetterman, yay. Oz, nay. All right.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so you should really be appreciative.
It's unbelievable. I felt like I was in the 1950s yesterday. It was incredible. But hopefully everybody did their civic duty and voted their conscience and had a great day. And hopefully, and as we know, the sun came up this morning, and we still all love each other, hopefully. So much coming up. Sixers fans, I'm going to give you a reason to breathe a little bit with actual data. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. The BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app is amazing. It's the official sportsbook of the diehard Philly sports fan. It's safe, it's secure, and it's easy to use. And it's everything you could potentially want in a digital casino and sportsbook. Whether you're betting college football, pro hoops, or betting on your really impressive Flyers, you can bet the Birds every single Sunday. You will love it. All your favorite college teams in action, you can get boosts on your 3-leg parlays. We got the Birds on Monday Night Football, 11-point favorites now against the Washington Commanders. And you can get $750 back in sportsbook bonus if your first bet's not a winner. Go to betparks.com. They've got all the terms and conditions for you. Betting on individual player performances is where you really can cash in. So join me. Join the BetParks app today. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania or Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Say it. I'll say it. Loser, putz, dork, doof, dink, schmo, dingus, goober.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Fall is upon us, so it's that time of year again to consider replacing your old, drafty windows and doors before another cold winter season rolls in. Hi, it's Ricky Bowe, and when I need a company to help me with these home projects, I turn to the experts, my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Act now and receive 20% off all windows and doors. Plus, Guida will allow you to start your project today with no money out of pocket and take up to 3 years to pay it off, interest-free, once the job is expertly installed. So, you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new, highly energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while taking advantage of 20% savings and having the luxury of paying off your project with 0% interest-free for up to 36 months. But you must act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Oak Hills Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical breakthrough that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's proven to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED and turn back the clock in the bedroom, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. I don't think I've ever heard of it failing. This offer is worth $600, but it's free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify for this unprecedented offer. 215-302-9999.
Did you know a fire department responds to a fire every 23 seconds? First Alert is reminding you to be prepared by installing smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in each bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus in common spaces like the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your whole home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe stores today.
No firm in Philly has been helping injured workers longer than Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation at paworkinjury.com. With offices in Center City, Bristol, Malvern, Allentown, Reading, Sunbury, and Harrisburg, our attorneys are ready to listen and get you the justice you deserve. When you or a loved one is hurt on the job, you deserve the best. A firm that has been around longer than any other. paworkinjury.com. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get early access to Macy's Black Friday specials on gifts they'll love at prices you will too. Now while supplies last. Like 40 to 50% off boots and shoes for him and for her. Sweaters for him and her, just $24.99. And 60% off holiday decor, hosting essentials, and so much more. Plus, download the free app for more Black Friday deals at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network and the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Cuz, inviting you to join me, Tunis, and Charlie Manuel be in Clearwater for the spring training trip of a lifetime with, of course, Philly Sports Trips. Get your deposit in now. Reserve your seats. We're staying at the beautiful Wyndham Grand. Heated pool, private beach, center of the action. We'll have an awesome weekend. Catch the Phils versus Toronto. Have a private event with the Skip. This is the trip you can't miss. Me, Tunis, and Charlie. Go to phillysportstrip.com now. Reserve your spot with a small deposit. phillysportstrip.com. Do it now. Go Fightins.
It's sweater weather, a time of falling leaves, falling temperatures, and rising tensions over control of the thermostat. Fortunately, you can get special financing offers and rebates right now on a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system from American Standard with a whole house air filtration system to keep the air you breathe clean and safe. To find an independent Delaware Valley American Standard heating and air conditioning customer care dealer near you, visit AmericanStandardAir.com. Built to a higher standard. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for details.
The holidays are back, and that means that the Hess truck is back, and it's better than ever this year. The 2022 Hess truck is incredible. It's a flatbed truck. It is absolutely loaded. It's got 2 hot rods, an action-packed, award-winning 3-in-1 racing team combo, 42 flashing lights. This thing is super, super cool, and it's going to get your loved one really excited for the holiday season, but it's only available at HessToyTruck.com. So that's where you have to go. You have to go to HessToyTruck.com, and I'm telling you right now, you got to hurry because these things will sell fast. But one of the beautiful things about getting a toy truck from Hess is it's free shipping, and there's 9 Energizer batteries included with this, so you don't have to worry about, rummaging through your junk drawer to try to find batteries. Nope. It's all included if you go to HessToyTruck.com. And new this year, Hess will match customer donations to Toys for Tots, bringing Christmas magic to twice as many children in need this holiday season. So if you're looking for that Hess Toy Truck magic, you have to head on to HessToyTruck.com. And don't forget, free shipping and 9 Energizer batteries are included. That's HessToyTruck.com.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Broaden Market, 22nd and South, and Cooney's Corner. Where else would you want to hang out? Back to the John Kincade Show.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. We appreciate you being a part of the show every day. Tell your family, tell your friends. Hopefully you're streaming all day long, whether you're at your desk and you're doing it at 97.5thefanatic.com, checking out some of that great online content, which a lot of you have been doing. I know Bob's a big fan of the listicles, especially after yesterday's meeting.
Oh, that was fun. A good half hour of listicle. Actually, it was less than a half hour. It was only about 20,
she was very brisk
between
yesterday.
20 and 25 minutes, yes.
Coach, I didn't see you on there.
No.
On the meeting yesterday.
John calling people out.
No, I just didn't see him on there. I was just wondering where he was.
I had stuff.
On the toilet?
No. Thanks, though. I appreciate you bringing that up again. Thanks.
I don't want you to feel like, because sometimes you get that crampy feeling.
Yeah,
like you get a little bit of that crampy feeling, like you got to get up.
Yeah, I got a lot of that.
Okay, well, hopefully you're feeling a little better. So we know we're not blaming the clam chowder now.
No.
It's too late to blame the clam chowder.
Yeah, originally we thought it was the clam chowder.
But now that's been ruled out.
Now there's a stomach bug going around.
Oof.
Well, we appreciate you bringing
Keep
it
it away
in here
from
today.
us. Thanks for bringing it into work. And
Pat's playing hurt too today.
If Bob or I get this stomach bug, you're dead. I just want you to know you're dead.
No, I'm okay with that.
I'm going to come in and lick the stapler.
We share.
Next time I got it.
Oh, I might make a wrong turn and think the bathroom is Coach's office.
I'm telling you. Because there's a stomach bug's not fun to catch. So I hope you're wiping stuff down.
No. Well, yeah, I am wiping some stuff down, but
no, wipe stuff down, please.
We'll see.
Well,
yeah. You keep talking there, bud.
Yeah, we end up with stomach bug. I'm gonna be really pissed off because I know you're a dedicated worker.
What's it worth to you?
But you don't come in with the stomach bug.
What's it worth to you?
You don't?
What do you mean? No, you don't come in with a stomach bug.
Why?
Get everybody sick.
You can't give it to somebody.
Yes, you can.
You can't give it to somebody.
You
How do
can
you think
absolutely
you got
give it to somebody. You touch something, you put your fingers in your mouth. Probably that's what it was. Did you ever put your fingers in your mouth? Because that's what happens.
I don't put my fingers in my mouth.
Ever put somebody else's fingers in your mouth?
See, there you go.
Maybe I do.
There you go.
How about toes?
How about
Your toe sucker?
It's turned really weird, man.
It really does. Hey, if you have a high school senior, you need to visit collegeav.com and enter to win a $5,000 scholarship. Yep, $5,000. They're going to help you breathe easier. Go to collegeav.com. Hey, Sixers fans, just want to give you a little heads up. Sound like a Matty Cord ad there. Hey, Sixers fans, the Celtics last year. Bob, do you know what point they went above 500?
They had a rough start last year. You had some guys kind of fighting and jawing. So I would say somewhere around Christmas time, maybe a little early.
In an 82-game schedule, they got above 500 at their 51st game.
Oh, wow, way later. How about that?
They dug their way back to 25-25, and they won the conference title. The Bucks won the NBA title the year before, and in their first 29 games, 29, so a third of the season, more than a third of the season, they were 16-13. And they won the conference and then won the NBA title. The NBA, more than any other sport, and I do thank ESPN Stats and Information for this one, seeding means nothing in the playoffs in the NBA more than any other sport. And thankfully, I read this looking at the Phillies, how rare it was for the lowest seed in either league to make it to the World Series and go as far as they did. NBA seeding ends up annually meaning nothing. 3 seeds and 3 seeds meet in the NBA Finals. 3 seeds and 4 seeds, 2 seeds and 5 seeds meet. In the NBA, I think it's, Bob, and you would know it better than anybody here, you want to be healthy and you want to be playing your best in the spring. So I just ask people to breathe a little bit on the Sixers' bad start. And by the way, I'm looking in the mirror and telling myself to just breathe a little bit.
So I disagree with the seeding part. Because historically, if you're not a top 3 seed, you're not winning the NBA Finals.
The seeding in the NBA has held the least. NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, the seeding, you have more upsets in the first round than any other sport. Any other. So you go one round into the playoffs, you are most likely the most likely for a lower seed to beat an upper seed is in the NHL.
Yeah, so
and it's not even close.
So doesn't that mean that the seeding is important? It's more important in the NBA.
But then when you go further, like the Eastern Conference, I think has had one number 1 seed advance to the NBA Finals, has had 2 in 13 years, I believe.
Oh, no, historically, it's the top 3 seeds.
Yeah, well, it can be top 3.
Yeah.
But being the top seed doesn't matter.
But I'm looking at, like, if you're not top 3, you ain't winning it.
Yeah, you have to be, most likely you want to be top 4. I mean, you want to be in the top 4.
Absolutely.
I think last year featured a 3 and a 2. I think with Golden State. I think Golden State finished up 3rd and then railroaded everybody through during the playoffs. They were amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the common phrase that you'll hear all throughout the NBA when you get after the All-Star break is delivering the team healthy to the playoffs. Delivering the team healthy to the playoffs. It's said ad nauseum. But it is the way of the game anymore. And you'll see teams, I'm not saying throwing away 3 seeds or 2 seeds, but they'll sacrifice maybe an easier win by resting a star player.
Coach Bud's done that.
Yeah.
Last couple years.
Yeah. So what's more important, a 2 or a 3 seed or, having Joel Embiid healthy for a playoff run? I think that's kind of a no-brainer in NBA circles, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is what I guess annoys people like me that don't like all this load management stuff is the idea of that there really isn't a need for why is all this rest needed at the beginning of the year? Like, why would there be a load management day for Joel Embiid in his first 4 games? That's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it was
You're talking about March, April. I almost get it I can get it maybe in February, January. I just don't get it. I'll never understand the load management formula.
Well, it's like different things. I remember back in the day doing a story on analytics when it first came about, and I think one of the lines that I wrote was, "You might not like it, but it's here to stay."
And it is.
And that's the same thing with game management. It's just here to stay. Load management is something that's going to be part of the rest of our lives when it comes to sports, and we can fight it all we want, but it doesn't matter.
It's so bad for the consumer, the load management in the NBA. It's terrible for the fans.
I hate it when people, and this happened to me all the time in my previous job. People would text me or call me and say, "Hey, I got tickets for such and such a date." And you're talking about maybe a month down the road. Is Embiid going to play then? Yeah. And Pat, you probably go through it, too.
Well, you're looking at
and it's legitimate.
Sure it is, but you're looking at the way is, do you think it's going to happen? I know somebody who has bought very expensive tickets to see Ben Simmons come back down there at the Wells Fargo Center. I told him, I said, I don't think he's playing at the Wells Fargo Center. And he goes, well, why would you say that? Because it's November 22nd. He's like, why would you not say that? And he bought really expensive seats. I said, because it's a part of a back-to-back. And I think they'll give Ben Simmons the night off. You think he's playing? You'll make them feel happier.
I think he's playing, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think the Nets know he needs to get through that once and for all. I think, I don't like to be mean, but I do mean this in a mean way, kind of. I don't think Ben Simmons cares.
So you think he will play,
I do.
He's not going to ask to be...
I think he'll come back and play and not care and laugh it off and go out there and play 16 minutes and have 3 turnovers and a -12 and... did you see him get his ass put on the ground? I think it was Luka Doncic the other night. Wow.
You don't think you really do believe it's at the point where he doesn't care that much?
I don't think he loves playing basketball. And this is not the first year I've said it. It might be the 3rd consecutive year that I've said it during the basketball season. Which is, hey, that okay, I understand somebody not liking to play. But go about your business the right way. I don't think that's happening either. So I think he's in a very bad spot. And as a human being, you root for him. You hope that he can get himself fixed and all that. But if you're just solely a basketball fan, I do not think he likes playing the game.
Screw him. No, screw him. Seriously, you
good analysis,
Pat. You have to do a job that you don't like. Guess what? 99% of people right now listening to us are going to a job right now they don't like.
That's a great
pro
point.
Basketball player getting paid millions of dollars, and you're going to want because I don't like playing basketball. No, screw you, bud. Screw you.
And that goes back to that story I told you before.
I'm petty, and I approve this message.
Yeah, that I went up to a player who was, griping and grumbling and in a sour spot. And I said, let me ask you, what do you do for a living? And he looks at me and he goes, what? I said, what do you do for a living? He said, I play basketball. I said, stop. Your first word was play. For a living, you play, and you make $15, $18 million a year. You
There
can
you
break
go.
out of this little doldrum you have.
Hey, the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app, odds, slots, bets, and games all coming together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. Download it at betparks.com. In Pat's point of view, he has a fear with the Sixers, though.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
What's your fear, Pat? Let's confront your fears.
My fear is that we are seeing something we've seen before with the Sixers.
Okay.
So it's 2018. They did a drastic facelift during the postseason, during the offseason.
Offseason.
They changed everything around. Season comes around. We convinced ourselves that this is going to work. It didn't. They had a coach that they had completely tuned out. And they had a big man who was, for lack of a better term, moping throughout the entire season. And you ended up getting bounced in the first round of the playoffs, and your coach got fired. Now, my fear is that they have tuned out Doc Rivers. The facelift this time with the veterans and getting tough and all that crap hasn't worked. And that your big man will be pouting because he didn't win MVP. I don't like having this thought, but I have thought, are we reliving 2018 all over again with just different members? Switch Doc Rivers with Brett Brown. Switch losing to Toronto with losing the MVP award. Switch Al Horford with PJ Tucker. Like, are we doing the same damn thing where we're headed to the same result? And I know it's early, but
Yeah, but I feel you, Pat, because if there's one constant with this team over the last 4 or 5 years, while there's been success, it's disappointment. Right? It's disappointment in losing a second round continuously. It's disappointment that your second best player decided he doesn't want to play here. It's disappointment that your best player isn't available many a nights when you need him to be available, want him to be available. It is that, Pat. You're exactly right in that if you're going to a surface and you're scratching a surface to see what you got, the thing that's going to be at the top of it with the Sixers, it has to be frustration. Right?
I would say so.
So, no,
frustration's
you're not,
right there.
Don't fear what you have, Pat, because what you're feeling, what your emotion is, it's just real. And it's not something you shouldn't have.
I appreciate that.
I got you.
Pat,
do you need a hug?
Pat, confronting your... Bob's going...
No.
No, you might
what?
get the stomach bug.
Well, not even only that. Pat doesn't feel well either, so yeah, I'm not.
No.
Yeah. No, Pat, virtual hug,
Pat,
buddy.
what's yours?
Love you.
What's yours? Is it? It's not from Coach, is it?
No, I've been dealing with a slight fever and
oh, jeez,
my stomach's not doing great and sore throat.
Oh boy,
I'll live.
Me and you should just stay in here, John.
I swear
Stay
to
away
you,
from
It's
them.
got to be something in this room.
Just steer close.
The problem is
each other.
Oh, wait a minute, wait.
Me and Coach make out all the time, and eventually it's just going to burn you.
Wait, Machunas doesn't have it. He didn't get it.
No, Chunas is a pretty healthy dude.
Let's just say mine is coming out the other end. It's,
no.
Coach. Coach is sitting down. I'm on my knees.
What?
Yep, you heard
What
me.
was that?
Coach is sitting down.
and you're on your knees? What
Wow.
the hell goes on in that studio?
Just sit there. I'm not going to try to explain it.
It's like an interview process.
Please don't.
By the way, Boop Vitrone with a nice little thing.
What do you say, Boop?
Inspired by my buddy Jeff Kerr from CBS, who I sit next to in the at the Eagles games. All 8-0 teams that did not trail after the first half in any game. You realize that there were only 6?
I'm surprised
only 6
there's
teams
that
in NFL
many.
in NFL history. Only 6 teams. The Packers lost Game 9 in 1930. The Patriots lost Game 9 in 2019. The Lions in 34 ended up losing Game 11. The Chargers ended up in 61, trailing in the second half. This has happened 6 times. It just goes to show you, the Eagles are the 7th team ever that have started 8-0 and not trailed at half. By the way, 42 teams have started 8-0 in the history of the game. So this is really, Bob, this is historic. And I'd say it's epic.
Epic?
I think
Yeah.
it's epic. But it just goes to show you, good job by Jeff and Boop. Just some good information there. Let's go to find out. You don't have to pay $2.95 to get caught up to date. Bob Cooney's always got insights for you in his column.
Let's turn the page and find out what's in Cooney's column.
Speaking of Sixers, for the second consecutive season, Sixers coach Doc Rivers will take his team into the formidable part of the early season without a starting point guard. Last year, Rivers was left somewhat shackled when Ben Simmons deemed he was unable to get on the court due to mental health issues, ultimately being thrown out of a training camp practice and never to return to the team. Then just 9 games into this campaign, James Harden had to be sidelined for what is projected to be about a month with a tendon strain in his right foot. As obvious as it is that the team will miss how much they will miss his 22 points, 10 assists, and 7 rebounds a game, you have to dig a little deeper to figure out how the team will deal with his absence. The Sixers stand at 5-6 and just welcome back star Joel Embiid, who was sidelined for 3 games with non-COVID illness. After Monday's impressive win over the Phoenix Sun, Embiid proclaimed that the season starts now, referring to the fact that the sports fans of this city were rightfully distracted by the wonderful World Series run by the Phillies. So how does it, and quotes here, start without Harden? Are there any benefits to having him show for 10 to 15 games? Of course there could be. Newly acquired guard DeAnthony Melton will not only familiarize himself and fans with a little extra playing time as Harden recovers, he will now more quickly become accustomed to Rivers' guard-dominant offense. To playing with Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris and Tyrese Maxey also. He will be able to hone his already suffocating defensive presence. Should there still be confidence among the coaching staff in Matisse Thybulle, now would be the perfect time for him to secure the trust in what will certainly be an increase of his playing time. And the often forgotten Shake Milton, well, he can now make a case for himself to warrant more playing time for Rivers even when Harden returns. Ideal to have your starting point guard out for an extended period of time? Of course not. But if the Sixers greatly improved anywhere during this past offseason, it was adding to their depth. The next few weeks, that depth will be relied on and judged by coaches and, more importantly, fans. It should give us a real idea of where this team will land come playoff time.
It's the first time we've given the Sixers this much attention.
Yeah.
And it sort of plays to the topic as you just put it out. Like, it's November the 9th. We really haven't talked a ton of Sixers.
No, and you know, Embiid, while I said it the other day, I didn't like hearing, the season starts now because I don't like taking nights off, whatever.
I think he was joking, though, right?
Yeah, I know. I don't get his humor sometimes. I understand it more. Well, he has some. I understand it more like he has a real feel for the fans of this city. He probably felt in the building like, all right, they're not even paying attention to us. All they care about is the Phillies. I understand getting that feeling. But yeah, now it's time for your attention to turn. Boom. All right, Phillies are done. Thank you. Love you. Great.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, see you in April, March and April. But now it's full bore, obviously Eagles. But you really need to take a good look at this Sixers team. And the Harden thing, while him being out obviously is not ideal, it excites me in the sense of the guys that I mentioned are going to get some serious playing time. And Melton's starting now. I think fans are going to come to really like him. And Shake Milton and Thybulle, it's their chance. We'll see what happens.
Guy says to me yesterday on email, and I'm sorry I don't remember who you were, but
hey, Billy.
He said, I don't know who it was, but he says, John, you said yesterday the Sixers look slow, that nobody can keep up with Maxey. He says, I believe Melton can keep up with Maxey.
He's got legs. Melton does have legs, yeah.
But Melton isn't going to beat when Harden's back. Melton's not the option there with Maxey. This is great experience for Melton.
Yeah.
But when Maxey, I'm talking about when Harden's there, when that lineup was out there, I don't think, and he's saying, well, Embiid's as fast as he's ever been.
Have you seen it? I'll tell you what. Here's something to do. Count on your hands how many times you see Joel Embiid fully sprint during a basketball game. So you can't talk about somebody's speed when, and I'm not saying this in a negative again. But how many times do you see Joel Embiid full sprint during a basketball game?
Rarely.
You rarely see him running down the floor to post up full sprint.
I see him many times the last guy back over center court.
You'll see it.
Not many times. I see it frequently where he's the last guy across center court.
Right, and
After
sometimes
he's laid down on the ground and done the worm like at a wedding reception.
And sometimes when somebody's going in for a layup or whatever, he'll full sprint to try to block it from behind.
Yes.
But I only say this because, and I bring this up often, watching Timmy Duncan back in the day, the guy got where he got as fast as he could.
Yeah.
And it made for, obviously, a Hall of Fame career and all of that. But for the person who emailed you and said that Joel Embiid is fast, Okay, but if a guy doesn't sprint it all during the game, how can you?
But if he
say
only
he's
uses
fast?
it a few times a game.
What's that?
If he only uses it a few times a game.
You know what's going to interest me here, John, over these next few? P.J. Tucker, he's getting a lot of minutes. He's still battling from off-season knee surgery. I'm wondering, after they look at Milton and the Anthony Melton especially, if there might be a change in that starting lineup.
Adam Schefter went viral. He'll join us at 8:10, and we'll talk about what now is your 8-0 Eagles moving towards a Monday Night Football game when Adam's coming to town. We'll get to that next. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Landis Block and Concrete helped us create a beautiful backyard paradise. That's what they promise you. But I was telling you the whole process was a little bit difficult to me to materialize in my brain. But my wife worked with Jared and his entire team from Landis Block to design a beautiful space. We had our own contractor who'd done a ton of work for us, and Tony worked directly with Landis Block to get the most beautiful, absolutely most beautiful backyard we could ever imagine. And they created it with the best materials. It's absolutely beautiful. We love it, and we can't wait to get to use it more. If you're a do-it-yourselfer, Landis Block and Concrete can help you through the process, too, at their beautiful showroom in Souderton, Pennsylvania. I'm telling you right now, you want to design for yourself a beautiful backyard, you need Landis Block. Whatever you're thinking about, they can put it together for you. Visit them online at landisbc.com. It's Landis Block and Concrete. Create your own jaw-dropping outdoor paradise.
The John Kincade Show.
Sir, one more outburst, I will strangle you with my microphone wire. You understand me?
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
At T-Mobile, we believe people deserve more without paying more. That's why the new iPhone 14 with its amazing camera is on us, and Apple TV Plus is included.
Wow, it's like expecting a Christmas caroler.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
But getting a whole choir.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
With an epic horn section, too.
It's the season to be jolly.
It's so cool. I'm capturing it all with the amazing camera on my new iPhone 14.
And at T-Mobile, you also get our price lock guarantee, which means we won't raise the price of your rate plan for talk, text, or data. So what are you waiting for? Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 14 on us with eligible trade-in on our Max plan. And get Apple TV Plus included. Get used to getting even more from T-Mobile.
With 24 monthly bill credits plus tax for well-qualified customers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credit stop and balance and a required finance agreement is due. Apple TV Plus on us up to $4.99 value. Price lock for rate plan price of current on-network service for eligible lines. Excludes taxes, fees, promos, and third-party services. See T-Mobile.com for details.
Helzberg Diamonds presents the holy grail of engagement rings. Michael was getting engaged and needed a ring, but not just any ring, the engagement ring. The kind that when he saw it, he'd just know. So Michael looked around online, asked friends for advice.
I want a ring that's special. One that's, You gotta go to Helzberg.
Michael went to Helzberg Diamonds, where he found an incredible selection of beautiful rings, settings, and both lab-grown and natural diamonds, certified and guaranteed to be of the highest quality. He also met Sarah, a Helzberg Diamond expert, who helped him find that special ring he was looking for, so that when his fiancée opened the box...
Wow, it's...
Yep, sounds right to me. Be like Michael. Find the engagement ring of her dreams at a Helzberg store near you or online at Helzberg.com. And right now at Helzberg Diamonds, take advantage of special financing offers.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now at accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This holiday season, help local animal rescues and shelters while kickstarting your holiday on December 3rd or 4th. Attend Festival of Trees, this year at a new location in the King of Prussia Mall and lower entry fees. Our focus is simple with over 100 uniquely decorated trees and our adoptable pets on site. All proceeds from the sale of the trees benefit our local animal rescues and shelter. For more information or to secure tickets, go to festivaloftrees.com. That's PHESTIVAL of trees.com.
97.5 The Fanatic is going on a Philadelphia Flyers ticket tour presented by our friends at Coors Light. Win Flyers swag and tickets every 20 minutes, including premium seats in the Coors Light Flyers Chill Zone. Next stop, Black Horse Tavern in Phoenixville, tomorrow from 5 to 6 p.m. Stay to watch the Flyers take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Enjoy great food and cold Coors Light. You must be 21 to win. For details, visit the events page on 975thefanatic.com. Coors Light, fueled by Philadelphia.
Businesses of all types and sizes are saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendation based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
That's the 2-minute warning. In this case, I don't think 2 minutes can change anything.
Not true. Every 2 minutes is another chance to play Cash Pop or Quick Draw from the New Jersey Lottery.
But these guys have no shot of winning.
In Cash Pop, you just have to match one number to win.
I'm talking about the players.
Players can win up to $1 million in Quick Draw.
The New Jersey Lottery gives you a chance to win every 2 minutes. They can't win this game.
Don't worry, there's another chance in 2 minutes.
Anything can happen in Jersey. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators, we're gonna need some things.
Like a high-speed internet connection that can turn my ideas into reality.
Like the skills to become the world's most powerful coder.
Like the tools to start my sustainable shoe business.
You just heard some of the millions of students Comcast is supporting through Project Up, our comprehensive initiative and $1 billion commitment to open doors for the next generation so they can build a future of unlimited possibilities. Learn more at comcast.com/projectup.
Imagine if your favorite casino came with an undo button. Well, you get that with FanDuel Casino's Play It Again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino is the #1 rated online casino app. I've told you before how much I just love looking at the daily and the weekly promotions. I play with live dealers, and if I ever have a question, well, they have an in-class customer support team that is there all the time. Sign up for FanDuel Casino with promo code Bob today and play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's promo code Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Are you a foxhole guy for the John Kincade Show? Then prove it. Tap the 97.5 The Fanatic app all morning long, before and after your commute.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
What?
No.
People in the neighborhood have the
It's
decorations
November
up
9th.
already.
No, that's Diwali. Those are Diwali decorations.
That's not feeling well.
always hits.
Oh, no. No, it's not November 9th.
Uh-huh.
Seriously.
November 9th, 10th.
The audience is not embracing
More
this.
than you could ever know.
My gosh. Please.
Make it come true.
Stop it.
What do you want for Christmas?
I want this to stop.
All I want for Christmas, all I want
Yeah.
is you.
Face.
Oh, my gosh. Day after
Sing it,
Thanksgiving, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with it.
Come on, those jingle bells.
No.
They fade in. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Why
Oh
are
my
you
God! Stop
wishing
it!
your
Stop it!
life away?
Why
am I wishing my life away?
Yeah, like
By listening
slow
to the song?
down.
You're
Yeah.
16 days early on
times
this
for
one.
this.
A little, early on that
Sweet.
one.
Hold up, Pat. Hold up.
Because
Thanksgiving.
the song brings me joy.
What about a Thanksgiving
that's
song,
true.
Pat?
There's no Thanksgiving songs.
Are there any Thanksgiving
No.
songs?
No. No.
Wait a minute. There has to be a Thanksgiving song.
I mean, I'm sure there is.
Do you
I
know
can't
anybody
think of
that
it.
listens
I
to
don't know.
Christmas music all year round?
No. No.
I never heard of that before until
By the way,
this year.
I hope the FBI breaks into their house because there's a CSI episode waiting to happen.
We might know somebody
What?
who listens to
I don't mind Christmas music all year round.
There it is.
Yeah. Cam and I play basketball indoors. We got Christmas music. Alexa, put Christmas music on.
You just
In
did
like
that to everybody.
August?
Sure.
Oh, that's
Why not?
crazy.
Yeah, you're a fanatic.
Makes you happy.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Why are you getting on people for being happy?
It's
That's not
unbelievable.
about being happy. A lot of things make me happy, but there's a time and a place for it.
Like what?
Well,
Yeah.
no. I mean, if you're not happy, then whatever makes you happy.
I'm happy looking forward to Thanksgiving right now.
Yes, I'm happy looking
So
forward to
once-
the Thanksgiving holiday.
Once that's over, then I'll be happy looking forward to Christmas, but I'm not doing both of them just yet because that would be rude to Thanksgiving.
You
Pat.
guys sound like the two old men in the Muppets right now.
No,
Oh,
no, Pat. You're making us out to be the oddballs. We're the
Yeah.
mainstream.
No, you're the oddball.
You're the oddball. People who
I
are
don't see a lot of
listening.
kids going around listening to Christmas music
November
right now.
9th, most people do not
Okay.
embrace listening to Christmas.
Let me just say, am I listening to Christmas music right now? No. But when that song comes on,
It makes you hot.
when that song comes on, toes are tapping, gentlemen.
I love that song.
That song hits.
I do love that song. I just love that song in more moderation.
It's a banger.
But it is an excellent job, and she's made a fortune off of it.
Yeah, she's doing all right for herself.
There's no. By the way, the greatest thing of all is though to me the greatest thing about baseball season being over. I don't ever have to hear that song again. That song was driving me crazy.
Somebody tweeted that out.
Dancing on My Own was driving me crazy.
I forget. It
It
might have been one of our
bothering
listeners that said, the only good thing about the Phillies losing is I don't have to act like I like that song.
I don't have to hear
I
that
gotta be
song
honest, I was
again.
not a huge fan of it. Now I became Pavlov's dog.
No, I
where
mean it was joyous
I
because of the
associated
fun.
it, yeah, but
No.
I was never real a big fan of that song.
Hey, remember the 8 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is brought to you by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. Visit paworkinjury.com. By the way, Bobby, shout out to Brian Santillo.
What's up, B?
It was Brian who brought up that was questioning me about the Sixers being slow. And Brian heard our conversation and said, tell Bob that Embiid's a speed demon, LOL.
Speed demon. Okay.
Yeah, a little fun with it. So good job, Brian. We appreciate you.
I got a text here that says, I agree with Pat and Coach. Love Xmas music. It makes people happy.
And who's that text from?
I'm not going to disclose
Oh,
that.
jeez.
Yeah. She's wrong.
She
I'll
is
just
wrong.
say that.
Is she wrong often? Let's narrow it down.
No.
She's not
hardly
wrong
ever.
often? Hardly ever?
I know who
yeah.
she is.
I
What
think
up,
I know
girl?
who it is.
Yeah.
She who
Whatever.
must be obeyed.
There's a time.
There's a time and a place.
There's a time and a
seriously.
place. Like, this isn't the time nor the place.
I disagree. I think this was the time and the place. Brought me a smile.
Hey, thanks, Martin Law, for the 8 o'clock hour. Visit paworkinjury.com. A moment of reflection before we get to Adam Schefter on Nick Sirianni. After a 9-9 first season, that included his playoff loss, he can match that win total on Monday night. He went to the playoffs last year with 9 wins, ended the season 9-9. He can get his 9th win on Monday night. Do you know what Andy Reid was after his first 2 seasons, including a playoff win and a playoff loss? Andy Reid was 17-17 after his first 2 seasons in Philly. Nick is already 17-9. He's already matched Andy Reid's 2-year win total. He's got half a year in postseason to go. Doug Peterson was 23-12 in his first 2 years, and we all know that led to a Super Bowl title. But the reason I want to look at Nick Sirianni for a second is I look at a guy like Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. He won more games in his first 3 seasons than any coach in NFL history. He was 41-13 after 3 years. They never cashed in, never got to a Super Bowl, never did anything with it. And now in year 4, he's got a star quarterback who's falling apart and a team who's incredibly underachieving, the most disappointing team in the NFL. They had 3 opportunities to cash in, knocking on the door, 13-3, 13-3, 13-4. I can tell you this, in the NFL, never take a window for granted. And I'm going to think about this year with Nick Sirianni and this crew, should they lock down the 1 seed and do all those stuff, because that is what Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers did twice. I'm going to look at it and say, you better cash in, because nobody would have expected the Packers to fall off a cliff in his 4th year. But they have. A little different situation with an old quarterback, but never take a window for granted.
It's amazing. You look at the last 18 regular season games the Eagles have played. They're 15-3.
That's amazing.
That's after a 2-5 start with a whole new regime. 15-3. Imagine being on the plane coming back from Las Vegas last year, John. All right, the Eagles just lost.
I can't believe it.
Miles Sanders was hurt. And somebody comes walking down the aisle and they say, guess what? Next 18 games, Eagles are going to win 15 of them.
I told you, somebody told me that they would go to the playoffs on that plane.
Is that right? Pat? Way to go, Pat. Hey.
E-Rock.
E-Rock, he's the man.
He did not think playoffs were out of the question. He didn't guarantee
Well,
it.
that makes one person.
He didn't guarantee it, but he thought with the easier part of the schedule coming and everything like that, that their record would improve.
How about that?
So that's good. He's the only one who I heard in any way articulate that.
Had he been drinking?
Well, of course. It's E-Rock.
Oh, okay.
On a Eagles trip with Philadelphia Sports Trips. Philly Sports Trips has got you covered.
You don't go to one of those sober.
No. They got plenty of things. And believe me, everybody needed everybody needed a little cocktail after that trip. That was the quietest flight home ever.
That was
quiet flight home.
Strange. I think we landed and somebody tried to muster an EAG.
And it was like,
I think it fizzled out at A.
Yeah, it really wasn't. But I'm just saying is that don't take a run for granted this year, because LaFleur locked on that door 3 times, and now there's dissension in his ranks, and he's been spectacular. Nobody was ever better after 3 years, but they never cashed in.
Yeah, and now you have a quarterback that's fallen off the cliff. You've made some questionable or people
decisions,
leaving. Yeah, decisions.
Technically.
Good way to put it. Yeah. That's what's exciting about this Eagles team is they're still on the rise. They're not
on the rise, right?
For what LaFleur did, and you had a 35, 36, 37-year-old Aaron Rodgers, you had a guy that you knew he was one of the all-time greats. The Eagles are still growing.
And we don't know what Jalen Hurts is going to end up being.
No, we don't know. We know
he's a hell of a lot better.
We know that A.J. Brown's 25, Devontae Smith is 22, and this team is just young and this good. I mean, it's
pretty amazing.
It's pretty fun.
It is exciting stuff. The Eagles will play Monday Night Football here. Now, Adam Schefter went viral the other night.
Yeah,
imitating Kirk Cousins and his plane thing. And yesterday, people were saying Kirk Cousins is the coolest quarterback in the NFL. I'm like, what? What are they talking about? Kirk Cousins? I don't think Kirk Cousins defines cool in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know enough about him to say one way or the other.
No, cool doesn't.
Yeah, but I don't know. I honest to God, I've never seen him on a national interview. I don't recall anything about that. It is stuck in my mind, whatever the hell it was that Schefter was doing the other night.
Well, he imitated him on the plane. Because
okay. I know.
That's exactly how Cousins was dressed on the plane.
Yeah, some things are better left not imitated, especially by certain people.
Really?
Yeah, Schefter mushed my mind.
Well, I mean, let's just check out the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. Adam Schefter joins us every week because of my friends at Landis Block and Concrete, who create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradises online at landisbc.com. Adam, I think your viral moment was amazing the other night. How did everybody in your inner circle feel about it?
Well, the funny thing about it is that, about 10 years ago, I would guess, roughly, I'd have to look at it exactly. Stevie Johnson of the Buffalo Bills, I think he dropped a pass or caught a game-winning pass, but it was a decisive moment and probably caught a touchdown pass, is my guess, and came out of a press conference in a white tank top. And afterwards, he was on Come On Man on Monday, and Chris Carter we came out of the command man, did a command man like Steve Johnson. You do this, and then you come out like that. What is that? And we came out of command man, and there was Chris Carter sitting on the set in a white tank top. Now, I always remember this, and it was just very funny. So on Monday, our producer, great producer, Matt Garrett, said we're going to do the Kirk Cousins dance on the plane coming back as a command man, and they wanted Robert Griffin III to do it. So I said to Robert, you need to take your shirt off like Kirk afterwards and put on some chains. And he's like, I don't know, I can do that. My wife, wouldn't like that. And I'm like, come on, ask her. And so we got in the car to drive to the Dome, and I said to the producer, Matt, I go, if he doesn't do it, I'll do it. Like, just
wow,
stepping up,
I like
Schefter,
it.
stepping up.
Adam, memorable moments are what media is all about.
Well,
that's what it's all about.
Wait, hold on. So the guy that was driving us to the game, a young kid by the name of Denzel, nice kid. He does some, running for, I guess you call, I don't know, is he a runner or I don't know what you call his exact title, production assistant?
Okay.
So anyway, he's a good guy. And so the producer, Matt Garrett, looked at me and goes, you'll do that? And I go, I think I will. I said, I don't know. I got to ask. There are a couple people want to ask. So I called my boss, Seth Markman. I'm like, what do you think? And he goes, what does Denzel think? And I go, Denzel, what do you think? And he goes, do it. And I go, really? Yeah. I said, let me call my wife. My wife usually has a pretty good gauge of these things. And so I called her. I go, what do you think of this? And she was she's like, you have to.
Absolutely.
Like, okay.
By the way,
I'm like, okay, then we'll do it.
By the way, in our household, it was said that Adam has nothing to be ashamed of, taking his shirt off and dancing like that.
Hey,
so
I'm gonna be 50. I'm gonna be 56 years old.
There you go. So there you go. You got a thumbs up from our place. The 8-0 Eagles are getting many thumbs up. We're gonna see them Monday night.
You know what? I'm fired up about it, and I had the honor of having their quarterbacks coach Brian Johnson on my podcast yesterday, talking about Jalen Hurts and the team. And that guy's got such a good vibe to him. Like, he may be a head coaching candidate this year. How about that?
This year?
Brian Johnson. This year.
That's it.
Candidate. I'm not telling you to get a job, but I think he's going to get interviewed for a head coaching job this year.
I will raise my hand and say, Adam, when Nick Sirianni was hired and they put together this coaching staff and we were told it was the youngest coaching staff ever assembled, I had serious issue with it. That I thought you need more veterans. You need more. What are they doing so well, and how shocking is that after all the years you've covered the NFL that they're finding that much success with that little experience?
Well, I'll go back to what Brian said to me on the podcast yesterday. He talked about the connectivity of the entire organization, how everyone's connected. And I said to him, I go, well, Brian, is that a function of the fact that you're 8-0, or is that real? And he was of the mind that even if they weren't 8-0, that they would still feel and be that connected. And he just believes that that's something that Nick has instilled in the organization, that this group is very together. They really like each other, that a lot of personalities that just fit together. Again, I think all that is absolutely true, but I also think it's also easy to fit together when you're 8-0. The more you win, the more people get along, the easier it is. And so they have the combination of both happening, that they are connected, that it is a good group of people, that they do fit together, and they also happen to be unbeaten.
Yeah, winning's fun, Schefty. That's like
that's the headline. That's the headline.
It's funny how players react to it. All right, the next two opponents for the Eagles, the two teams standing in their way to get to 10-0, the Washington Commanders and the Indianapolis Colts, are going through some kind of off-the-field stuff, Schefty. How much does that affect the football team? How much does it affect the product that they put on the field every weekend?
Well, there's no way it can't. Just like we're talking about the Eagles working in this atmosphere of winning and everybody's happy and it's pleasant to come to work, right? Like all those things. Like, I know for a fact, because on Monday morning when I was flying to New Orleans to get ready to take my shirt off and go topless in the Dome, unbeknownst to me, I was reaching out to a bunch of Colts people because I was getting texts that the organization was about to be in upheaval. And the texts that I was getting back were, incredibly low morale here. Never seen it so bad. People are defeated. It's just everyone right now is in the dumps. Like that's the mood. That has been the mood in that building, which is why they went to Jeff Saturday. And so Washington, I think Ron Rivera, the head coach, has done a pretty good job, as good a job as you can do, of kind of blocking out all the chaos that's swirling around the organization, and it's significant and it's considerable, and gotten his guys to focus on football. Inevitably, some of it has to seep into the play. It just does. You can't be immune to all the noise that there is in Washington about that football team playing in that dump of a stadium. Like, it just can't be. So they are playing better, though, and he's done a good job of shielding them from that, but they're still in that, and they're coming off a loss.
Know what I love?
Indianapolis has been, yeah.
You know what I love about it the best, though? Is right now that two teams like the Giants, I guess, are liking what they're seeing at Daniel Jones. The Washington needs a quarterback. And everybody in the division is in the draft order behind the Eagles right now with that New Orleans pick. That's my favorite part of this whole thing is that the Eagles may be able to hold. Pat Egan and I are both hoping that Howie Roseman holds the best auction ever. Maybe even on NFL Live they could do it. Just have a live auction and have teams try to get that pick if it ends up. Right now it's 6th. That could be amazing. The Eagles controlling one of the quarterbacks in this draft from the needy teams that need one.
And let me tell you something. I was in the Dome on Monday night, and every time the Saints lose, I think of the Eagles. Like, a Saints loss every week is as big as an Eagles win every week. It's incredible. And we've gotten a lot of both. A lot of Eagles wins,
sure,
and a lot of Saints losses. And it goes on every week, and it's incredible. And not only do they have the Saints first-round pick this year, but then they have the Saints second-round pick in 2024. Like, you got to be kidding me. How'd that happen?
Hey, I will be in touch because we will be getting your team some food on Monday.
You know what I would say? The best thing to do, we got to coordinate this.
We'll coordinate it offline.
Wait, no. Listen.
What?
Halftime, we come in after the pregame show at like 8:10 or whatever it is.
Right.
And we get ready for halftime, and we eat in our trucks. That is the time to eat. Everybody's sitting there. John, everybody comes in, the producers.
Now I'm going to be in the press box at that time. I don't know that I can get that. I mean, I'll see what we can coordinate. We'll try to coordinate this thing and get it set up and get you some real good food.
That'd be great.
And do that for you, all right?
But that would be the time. That would be the time to do it. Like Booger brought in all this food in New Orleans and had it waiting for us. We got in the truck on Monday.
So you got in there around what time? Around 8? What?
About 8:10, right?
Okay.
The pregame show, right before the game kicks off.
Good. I'm going to lean. I'm going to lean. I got a good. Anthony Gargano has every connection in South Philly to eat, so we've got this thing covered. We're just a matter of getting it all organized and ready to go.
Well, I love Anthony, and hopefully, I don't know if I get to see him on the field before the game as well. Will he be there on Monday or no?
I do not know. I know I will see you, so that's going to be the consolation prize. So there we'll go. We'll get it all set up for you.
I'm on the field. I'm on the field 4:00. I told Eric, who's asking if I come in Monday morning, to come in studio, but I'm not leaving my house till about 9:30, 10 a.m. on Monday morning.
Well, we will.
So, we'll find you. Don't worry.
We'll find you. Don't worry. Thanks, Schefter.
But I'm happy to call him. I'm happy to call him Monday morning, and I'm on the field Monday 4:00. So I'm there, and I think we have a cold night too. Unfortunately.
Oh, it's going to be freezing. So be ready for it. Like 42 I think
keep your shirt on.
I think 40 degrees at the time you guys take to the air, maybe less.
Bob, that's good. I will leave my shirt on.
Attaboy.
See you, Adam.
Thanks, Shefty.
Adam Schefter. We'll see him on Monday for Monday Night Football. Adam Schefter, brought to you by Landis Block and Concrete. They helped us create our very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise. You can do one for yourself. Go to landisbc.com and see all the pictures, see all the ideas. It's absolutely awesome. You will love it. Looking so forward to Monday Night Football now. Because I feel like I've had withdrawal from the Eagles because I didn't get to watch the last game live, and then it was bye week. All this,
I
haven't seen enough.
Yeah, I'm building up to it. The opponent hasn't allowed me to get to that Uber Chevy, why are you doing this? Now he's putting on our YouTube page, Schefter, with the shirt off.
Taylor Heineke is dangerous. I'm going to tell you right now, he's dangerous.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. I think he likes to try to compete, but he doesn't have the weapons to compete with. That means in his own body.
But that's one thing. But I mean, he's dangerous. They almost beat the Vikings the other day.
Yeah,
they were tied with the Vikings with 2 minutes to go.
Their defense played well. Their defensive line specifically, I thought, played pretty well. Washington's did.
Go check it out. If you want to get in and chat with us a little bit, you can at 610-632-0975. Is anyone else worried about this with the Eagles? We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I love the greatest new wellness concept out there. It's Stretch Zone. I love Stretch Zone. It's like a trainer helping a professional athlete when they come off the field, except Stretch Zone takes it to the next level and makes it for you, the everyday person. You lay down on the table, and their certified staff members use a patented strap system that positions you, stabilizes you, and isolates your muscles. I promise you this. If you want to move better, you want to relieve stiffness, I've seen it in my hip, soreness, improve circulation and range of motion, Stretch Zone is the way to do it. I cannot believe how much it has affected my comfort level, especially when I sleep. I find I'm not uncomfortable, fidgeting, trying to find that comfortable position. My hip moving better, and I can't wait to play golf on Tuesday and feel what Stretch Zone's doing for me. What if I told you use Stretch Zone for free? See what it's all about. Go to StretchZone.com and book a free 30-minute stretch session at any of their 10 Delaware Valley locations, including their newest location in Feasterville, Pennsylvania. Wednesday, for me, is Stretch Day. So I'll be stretching today. I'll be in, loving it. Why don't you get your free stretch? Go to StretchZone.com. Tell them John Kincade says hello.
The John Kincade Show.
This is not a radio fantasy camp. We're on the air here.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let's talk about NJ diet, and let's talk about losing weight. 40 days to lose up to 40 pounds. How powerful is that? In 40 days, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds with their contractually guaranteed program that uses your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural formulas and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. And NJ Diet uses DNA testing to determine your ideal diet and workout plan so you can keep the weight off. How about that? 20 pounds. Can you stand up to lose 20 pounds, more than 20? Then NJ Diet's for you. Do it for your health. Do it for your family. Or maybe even do the program with your family. Weight loss can help you overcome many health issues. Even boost your confidence and libido. NJ Diet's all natural. No shots, no hormones, no counting points, no prepackaged foods. Ew! No surgery. Schedule an initial consult in Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Sixer fans, it's Matt Cord for the Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. The Bet Parks app is fun to use, built around on what you want right from your phone. It's easy to sign up, great customer service, and faster to win than ever before. Download the Bet Parks app today. The Bet Parks app, the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers.
See website for terms and conditions. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators, we're going to need some things.
Like a high-speed internet connection that can turn my ideas into reality.
Like the skills to become the world's most powerful coder.
Like the tools to start my sustainable shoe business.
You just heard some of the millions of students Comcast is supporting through Project Up, our comprehensive initiative and $1 billion commitment to open doors for the next generation so they can build a future of unlimited possibilities. Learn more at comcast.com/projectup.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Cuz. Need a new game plan for your kitchen or bathroom? Reach out to Colonial Marble and Granite. I did. All right, they're a one-stop shop offering countertops, cabinetry, tile, flooring, you name it. They'll guide you through the process from selection to installation. Get a game-winning deal on a new fully installed stone countertop for just $19.99, plus zero money down, 0% financing. Stop by one of their area showrooms or visit colonialmarble.net.
Helzberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Did His Homework. When it came to Jill's engagement ring, Brady knew exactly what to get.
Okay, so I came up with a design and showed it to all of our friends.
She'll love it.
Then he went to Helzberg. Their incredible selection of high-quality, lab-grown, and natural diamonds made creating that special ring easy. Her reaction?
I love it. Can't wait to tell everybody.
Everybody might know about it.
Be like Brady. Create the ring of your dreams at a Helzberg near you or at Helzberg.com. Ask now about special financing offers.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies' Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Every driver needs a car, and this is the month to get yours. Gateway Kia connects you with the hottest new Kia models. The best selection, all ready for immediate delivery. Gateway Kia has new Kia Souls below MSRP. Or choose a Telluride, Sorento, or Forte. And find the best price on a huge selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. At Gateway Kia in Warrington, Quakertown, or online at shopgatewaykia.com. Hope to see you at Gateway Kia.
Now's the perfect time to download FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. All you have to do is sign up with promo code BOB. You know what the greatest things about betting with FanDuel is. You get the money lines. You can go point spreads. But what I love and what you love is the player props. That's right. Just pick some of your favorite players. Maybe you're going over or under on rushing yardage, touchdowns, passing yardage, whatever you want to do. You combine these bets for a chance at an even bigger payout with the same game parlay. And with live betting, you get updated odds on games that have already started. And most importantly, you get paid fast, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So sign up with promo code BOB for your no-sweat first bet. That's promo code BOB. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
I just want to let you know that I am completely unprepared for this, and I blame both of you.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. One thing with your DMs open, you have businesses that are looking to constantly be kind. I got a few reaching out going, we'll get the Monday Night Football crew some food. We'll get them some food, so we'll arrange for the gang to eat on Monday
Good for
night.
Them.
In the cold.
Who's sending us any food over at Victory Beer Hall?
That's not a bad idea. Well, there's a lot of great stuff
there. They have good food
there.
there too. Yeah.
What is that? What is that thing? That concoction? I can't think of it.
What?
That I had the one time, and then I had the burger.
You
the
had
cheese,
the curds.
Cheese curds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Those are the devil's Those are like the devil's food. Not devil's food. The devil's food. Those cheese curds.
Tasty item.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
They're really, really good. Pat comes on when we do these Sunday games. Pat shows up with like a breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
And I was amazed, Pat, because you can do something that I can't, and that was eat a cold egg.
Yeah.
Like, I can't eat cold egg at all.
I don't prefer it.
Like on a sandwich, you don't prefer it.
Yeah.
And you've got the sandwich wrapped in tinfoil.
When I showed up for the last pregame, that sandwich was like 2 hours old.
Yeah, it was like 2 hours old, and I said, how is the egg still warm? And I touched the tinfoil, and I'm like, that's not even hot.
You were touching his food?
His
Another
tinfoil.
man's
No,
food?
just the tinfoil.
Oh, you touched his tinfoil.
He let me. He said, here, touch the tin.
I don't like egg on my sandwiches.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Really?
Unless I make them my own at home, maybe. But yeah, when I generally get breakfast sandwiches, I make sure that the egg isn't there.
Wow.
I don't know why. Just another weird eating habit of mine. What?
I never ate. I told you this, and and it's going to be something that'll come up later on in the show. Strange admissions that I never ate omelets until Copair.
Oh, that's right. You did
never
say
ate
that.
omelets.
Yeah.
Now I look forward to every weekend, either Saturday or Sunday. We go to one of our favorite places to have an omelet. My whole life I've wasted not having omelets.
I had an omelet. We went out to breakfast on Sunday, and I had myself a nice omelet with bacon,
What do you
sausage,
get?
peppers, onions, and cheese.
See, I think the
delicious.
I think the peppers in a
Puts it over the top.
A breakfast meat, the pepper. Now, what cheese do you go with? I do the provolone.
I think there was cheddar on there.
Okay, I do the provolone. Should I try something else?
I'm okay with the cheese. Any cheese you throw on there,
Okay.
I'm good. Yeah. I'm not a
Pat, now you do a lot of breakfast eating out.
Yeah.
But do you not do omelets, do you?
I'll do omelets if we're at like a buffet where they have like the make your own omelet station.
Oh, okay.
I'll do an omelet. Yeah.
Okay, but you don't tend to order the omelet off the menu.
I'll never go to like a diner usually and order an omelet. It's pretty rare.
Coach, as a guy who has written cookbooks.
I don't think we should talk food with Coach right now.
Well, no, it's good because when it gets in your system, it always makes you feel good in your tummy.
Yeah.
Are you an omeletsman?
Yep. Love
Okay.
an omelet.
What do you believe the essential omelet items are for a great omelet?
Obviously cheese, and it depends on what kind of cheese you like.
What's the best breakfast meat in an omelet?
Well, for me, it's bacon.
So you like bacon in it?
Yeah. I mean,
See, I don't do bacon in it.
I go ham.
You can do sausage, ham, bacon. Yeah, all of those stuff.
See, I don't
work
do
well.
bacon.
Now I make my wife every weekend. I make her breakfast, and I make an egg for her the way she likes it. She likes it over easy. But then on Sundays, I change it up and I make her an omelet.
You make her an omelet.
So I'll do sausage and I'll do cheese, and if we have tomatoes, she likes tomatoes.
See, you
which
don't
is
like
gross.
the tomatoes. See, I've had the tomatoes sprinkled, chopped up at one spot on top of the omelet, and with a little Frank's hot sauce.
Frank's hot sauce
I
on
love
an egg
Frank's
is a
on
good
an
deal.
omelet.
Yeah,
But
that's not bad.
The person convinced me to try the chopped up tomatoes on top of it. It was spectacular. It was awesome.
I get tomatoes on mine.
You do you get them in or on?
In.
In. Wow.
And then I'll put like ketchup on the side.
What? And ketchup on the
Yeah.
side.
I'm a wild
I
man.
think Doc eats ketchup with his eggs. Do you eat, Coach, ketchup eggs?
No, but you said it. One of the essential items for an omelet is the hot sauce, the Tabasco sauce.
See, I use I've become a Franksman.
Love it.
Yeah?
Thanks to Jamie. Jamie got me on to Frank's, and now I'm an addict for Frank's, and I always was a Tabasco brand guy. Now I am a Frank's devotee.
That's all I get is Frank's. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, it's
always
good.
in the refrigerator.
They're all good, but that's a really good one. If we're being honest, despite the 8-0 Eagles record, the Eagles' offensive line hasn't seemed as dominant to me as in previous seasons. And pass protection seems slightly shaky. Am I just looking for a weakness, or is someone else feeling it? I put this out there because the Texans had their best week of the year putting pressure on an opposing quarterback, and Jalen Hurts on Thursday night, when everybody was watching Game 5 of the World Series, Jalen Hurts was under the third most pressure of any quarterback during Week 9. And the Eagles have ended up in situations where they have given teams one of their best pass pressure weeks 3 times in their 8 games. Again, I wonder if I'm just looking for something that that chink in the arm or that problem that's going to end up causing them to fail at some point. And then I'm not talking failing spectacularly. I'm talking about the weakness that we see good teams start to exploit.
Have they lived up to what they were last year? Maybe not yet. But it's funny. You look at the gradings and how great we think Jason Kelce is. He is. How great we think Lane Johnson is. He is. Oh, my God. Landon Dickerson, he grades out even higher than those two. The numbers are there to say they're great. They're averaging almost 4.5 yards a carry when they run the football.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts' sacks numbers, as we know with running quarterbacks, they're always going to be up a little bit. He's at 22 so far this year through 8 games. That's livable to me.
Especially with the mobile quarterback idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he extends plays with his feet and sometimes...
Yeah, the thing that amazes me is on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, whatever, when you get those specialists that have the all-22 and they'll show pocket.
Like guys like Baldy in them.
Baldy in them, and they'll show running lanes. And, I usually look up only the Eagles stuff. They really break down that this offensive line is really good. So... I don't think there's anything. Right now, I really don't think there's anything to be nervous about with this offensive line, no.
So yesterday, Daniel sends me a note. Say hi, Dan.
What's up, Danny?
Daniel sends me a note, and he says, John, you're not off on Jordan Mailata in that conversation as Pat brought it up yesterday, overrated or underrated. He said it can be argued that Jordan Mailata is having his worst season. He's injured. He's got
that shoulder thing, which seems to limit him, yeah.
So I have a hard time saying that. And by the way, if this is his worst season, sign me up for like 10 more of it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
He only has one season under his belt as a starter.
No, that's what I'm saying. As a starter, yeah. The full-time starter, yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, Jordan Mailata, first of all, I'm not judging a guy when he has an injured wing.
That's tough.
That's going to be not good.
And hopefully the bye week that they had and now another long week off, hopefully that thing's getting stronger because it's hard to get stronger when you're beating it up all the time, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to give him a pass on what happened on Thursday, but the injury definitely popped into my head.
See, I thought he would be better after the bye week, having 2 weeks off and all that kind of stuff, and now he's had more of a break. I hope he's not like seriously playing through I hope he's not playing through an injury that they're not telling us about.
That really depletes him of his physical. I don't know. Again, on like the Baldy all-22, over the past couple weeks, yes, there's been some things, but there's also been some serious pancake protection by him on linebackers, jumping out, having 2 hits on a lineman, then getting out to a linebacker. I don't know what his grading is. I don't really worry about Jordan. Put it this way. Have you been nervous watching a game yet and been like, oh, my God, watch your blind side?
No.
And Sirianni,
no,
and look,
I really haven't.
It could be coaches speak, but Sirianni did come out the next day and said, look, I know you're going to ask me about those Mailata things. He goes, we weren't prepared as coaches.
He said it was his fault.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Maybe they weren't aligned quick enough. It was off of quick offense. It was off of no huddle offense, I believe. And him saying he didn't have the right setup there, and it wasn't Mailata's fault. Now, again, could it be coach, falling on the sword? Absolutely, it could be. But my radar, not at all, hasn't been up for Jordan Mailata.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one thing is it's really admirable too, and it goes so far with players that there's one thing they know: Nick Sirianni is always going to have their back, even when your eyeballs tell you differently. Nick Sirianni will always have his players' back. Oh, it's our fault. Don't blame him. It's our fault. We should have done this better. That is such an admirable trait that he's going to first point to something that the coaching staff could have better prepared them for or some of that. And to me, it shows a wisdom in Sirianni that he's not a lot of times with the Wonder Kids coaches, they give off the illusion of we're reinventing the game. We're a step above. We're so much smarter than everybody else. I get the opposite with him. Every single week, he points out something that his staff could do better. Or, I could have had my players in a better position here. It's almost as if Nick Sirianni doesn't want one of the Wonder Kid logos. He's not accepting that. And I find it incredibly admirable.
He's brought in a phrase that I didn't really hear before with other coaches, and he brings it up often. And he talks about, the next day we got off the plane. The next day we spent all morning self-scouting.
Yes, he uses that a lot.
That's pretty neat. And I don't think
working.
it's just – I think it's coaches self-scouting. I think it's a defensive coordinator. I don't know how he does it. I don't think it's Nick Sirianni looking at tape of what Nick Sirianni did. I think it would be really cool if you say, hey, Shane Steichen, here's the tape of what Jonathan Gannon did this week. What do you think? Let's self-scout here and there, crisscrossing kind of expertise.
I watched Dan Reeves over the years, God rest his soul, miss you, Coach, that his staff, he would have his defensive coordinator self-scout the offensive play calling from.
Yeah, that's what I'd love to see.
And then they would do that against each other, and then they would have a meeting.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it created friction between his defensive staff and his offensive staff, which I think is sort of a delicate thing to have to navigate. Everybody's supposed to be a professional, but when you're sitting in a room and, hey, you guys, criticize, hey, best show ever. Criticize the Kincade show. Oh, by the way, then the Kincade show is going to criticize you. It can create good dialogue, but it can also create problems.
Yeah, I mean, you use the word criticize. I wouldn't, if I was a coach, I wouldn't use that word. I'd more be like, let me know what they really did well. Let me know maybe what you would have done different. Right. And I thought it was interesting bringing Trey Thomas up again. He said he always wanted to be a defensive line coach because people look at him, offensive lineman. Of course, you know all the ins and outs of offensive linemen. He said, but I know all the ins and outs of defensive linemen, too, because that's what I was preparing against. And it's interesting to think of it that way, and I think it's become more common throughout the league.
That's what led to Juan Castillo being a defensive player.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, full transparency, I didn't hate that move when it happened.
You didn't?
No, because I was thinking the very thing. I was like, well, he knows how to stop a blitz.
I got you.
So he should know how to dial up a blitz.
Here's the only thing is that Pat, when I think of position coaches, I think the one thing that I always want a position coach to be able to do is teach great technique. And I don't know if the technique teaching is as strong when you're not that position.
Yeah.
When that was your backup.
Yeah,
but
it didn't work out.
I get it. Yeah, it didn't work out.
It didn't work out. It wasn't good.
Dental and vision plans are available for everybody starting at under $8 a month at teethkeepers.com. Go to teethkeepers.com and enroll yourself today. One of the fun things we get to do around here is when Pat just sort of goes off the rails a little bit and takes us through Pat's takes.
With or without, either way, it's time for Pat's Takes.
Hi, guys. It's me.
Hi, Pat.
Hello.
Okay.
What are your takes?
Yeah, so if you think you have a neighbor from hell, then this next story will make you a bit more appreciative. Either you guys have, bad neighbors?
No, I have really good neighbors. Both sides. Both sides. Cross the street, too.
Have you ever dealt with a bad neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. I'm assuming, though, that this neighbor wasn't from Wyandotte, Michigan. I'm probably butchering that name. Wyandotte has become a desolate wasteland thanks to one person. So, trashmen recently noticed that a bag that they picked up on a run, it was filled with cockroaches. So they let the city know. And when Child Protective Services went out there, they found a family living amongst thousands of cockroaches.
Oh, jeez.
So the city told them to leave. And while they did...
The cockroaches or the family?
Yeah, the family.
Oh, okay.
The roaches took that opportunity to have key parties and multiply. Next thing you know, all the houses in the block were welcoming in new roommates. The city had to shut down the entire block as it has been overrun by roaches.
Oh, Jesus.
The roaches reportedly targeted Wyandotte for their great school districts and close proximity to a Fuddruckers, which was a mere block away. So understandable why the roaches chose to migrate there. So once again, if you are someone who thinks that you have it bad with a neighbor, just know it can always be worse because you could have a neighbor who shut down an entire city block because they shaked up with a bunch of Cowboys fans.
Where were are the roaches in the ground? Are the roaches in the yard? Where did...
From the sound of it,
they were everywhere.
From the sound of it, yeah. When there's that many of them, it didn't really matter.
Okay, that's a nightmare. That is a nightmare.
Overrun. But yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't think they really care where they are as long as they can get in there.
How do they have thousands and thousands of them? Where are they? Are they underground?
No,
oh, my
they're
gosh.
Like,
Basement.
they multiply. That's what the key
Basement
party,
behind.
Johnny. They had key parties.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Next thing you know.
And then there's thousands of them.
There's thousands, yeah. So
That's kind of gross.
yeah, I see one. I'm skeeved
Oh,
out.
I'm skeeved at one.
See a bunch, yeah. All right, next story comes from the NHL, Little League. They have a thing called a shootout towards the end of the game. If you are tied,
Right.
you go to a
Soccer
shootout.
or hockey?
Hockey.
Oh, hockey. I'm
NHL.
sorry.
NHL. Anyway, thank you, Bob.
Uh-huh.
For interrupting the story. So there's a lot of pressure on the shooter to end up scoring when the game is on the line, and you have to score to either keep your team alive or to win. That happened to Vancouver Canucks forward Bo Horvat. But unfortunately, when Bo went to go stick handle, he fumbled the puck. It went behind him, which is not allowed, which meant that he couldn't actually get a shot off, which meant that the Vancouver Canucks lost the game. It was a pretty bad, egregious error. It wasn't nearly as bad as Brad Marchand a couple years ago in Philly when he completely skated over the puck, but it's still pretty bad. And guy on Twitter, a tweeter, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, a tweet.
A guy named Brian Murray tweeted at Horvat, "Man, what the bleep was the shootout tonight? I lost $91.50 because of that. Think you can send me that back, pal?" Horvat, being the ultimate fans guy, said, "Sure, send me your info."
Did he do it?
It looks like he did, yeah. No,
Wow.
the guy hasn't followed up with anything to say that he did or not. I wanted to ask you guys about the precedent this sends.
It's a
because I
bad
think-
precedent.
I think we've all lost money on a dude, what are you doing move.
Hey, I don't want to share my Hoskins and Schwarber home run money from the postseason from the Bet Parks app. I don't want to send any to Kyle Schwarber or
exactly,
Rhys
right.
Hoskins.
So you're not going to ask him for it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't ask when you lose if you don't give when you win.
That goes to our old buddy Brian Westbrook.
Yes.
The year that he took the knee.
Which was amazing.
Bunch of people come up to him to this day and bring up the fact of, man, you cost me a fantasy football championship. And he always brings up, well, how much money was I going to get?
Exactly.
Were you going to send me money for that? No? Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, but Bo ended up being a good guy, and looks like he Venmo'd the guy the $91.50 that he lost because of his botched shootout.
That's
attempt.
incredible.
You know, when I watched that the other night, I was trying to think of most embarrassing, not that one was, but embarrassing sports moments that you can have. I mean, you're all alone right there, and all you do is leave a puck sitting there.
It happened to me.
That has to
You
be.
did?
In the playoffs. It happened to me. It was in Westchester, and for whatever reason, I was the last shooter. I had to score to keep the game alive to send us to the next round, and I'm skating down the wing. I looked up, I looked down, the puck wasn't on my stick anymore, completely lost it. I was mortified.
Wow.
I don't think I said a word to my teammates. I just showered and walked out. I was so mortified. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Wow.
No, in terms of today in sports, absolutely nothing happened. It was a boring day.
Really?
Yeah, it
Boring?
wasn't much. Like,
Well, I
Evander,
mean, it
Evander
is-
Holyfield beat Mike Tyson in '96. That was about it.
It is beginning of November. So it sort of is a period where you're not playing.
Yep.
There's not baseball postseason.
Yeah, regular season.
NBA's just
football,
starting, NHL starting.
NBA,
By the
yeah.
way, the Flyers off to a very impressive start.
Good win by the boys last night.
Yeah, but their backup goalie in that.
TK got me another
what
one.
happened? Carter Hart was supposed to play last night.
I didn't
Sick.
see.
And then he got sick?
Yeah,
No,
illness
they
before
didn't
the game.
really
yeah.
give a...
Must be what me and Coach have.
No, I think it's what Joel Embiid had. He caught it from one locker room to the other.
Jeez.
Do they
Yeah.
do they share locker rooms?
No.
No.
Okay.
Oh, wipe it down, though.
They're across. They're near each other, but no, they're next to each other.
They could have touched the same door, getting from where they park to where they get to the locker rooms.
Could
They
be
could.
any numerous ways. You know.
Now, Coach doesn't understand how that could spread.
Where is Coach?
Probably in the bathroom.
Oh, I know
took
where
off
he is.
again.
That flush sound effect. Coach isn't feeling.
Yeah, poor
He's
kid.
getting that. That's terrible.
It's not good. But
was surprised to
TK
see
got
that.
me another one last night. He's looking good lately. After the benching, he's been very good. But St. Louis hit, I think at last count that I heard, 5 posts last night. You rarely hear that in a game. They hit 5 posts.
What would Don Earl have said about that?
Oh, I hit them.
You hit the post. You hit the effing post.
By the way, you know that's a myth, Pat, right?
Yeah, I've heard.
But it is maybe the greatest piece. It might be the greatest piece of Philly sports mythology ever. Don Earl did not actually say it hit the effing post.
I'm sure at some point in his life he did.
My mom came home from work one day and we were playing street hockey in the street. And she said, if I hear that one more time, if I hear that, stop it. As we're playing, it hit the effing
Oh, you guys
post.
were saying it?
Yeah, while we played street
The
hockey.
bad boys of Broomall.
And they were the bad boys of Broomall. On a
Couple of foul-mouthed
gosh,
kids.
it was the foul mouth. It was foul mouthed. That was not going to qualify. Betty was not happy with that. I said it wasn't. We were imitating Don Earl. She didn't know that Don Earl never did that.
Good day when Johnny learned all the curse words.
No disrespect to Don Earl. I mean, it's just terrible that he gets caught up in that.
Did you ever curse in front of your parents where they caught you and you just got kind of like
as a kid?
Yeah.
Olivia did it at lunch the other day.
Well, she's not a kid.
I understand, but she cursed it. I've never heard her curse.
She's what, 19, 18 years old? You've never heard her curse?
No, and she'll tell you she's heard her dad curse once in his entire life.
Wow.
I don't curse,
No, that's
in
fine.
front of my kids. I
Yeah,
just
that's fine.
just don't do it.
No, yeah.
But that doesn't mean I don't curse. I just don't curse around her. She let one fly the other day. She let one fly the other day.
We know that you curse there, Johnny.
Yeah, you've had to
We're
be
fully
You've had
aware.
to be.
Yeah,
I don't give a
I was playing a high
That's not a curse. As much as we want to mock Jamie for other
I was playing a high school game one time, and my parents, as I told you, didn't drive. So them getting to a game was sometimes precarious.
Yes.
So we're playing, and they're not in the stands. No big deal. I get a corner jump shot right near the entrance to the gym, and I miss it, and there's like a foul underneath, and I turn around and go, I drop the F-bomb and shake the arm, and I turn around, and I swear to God, my dad's standing right there.
Oh, boy.
And I get in the middle of a game, I get that'll be enough. I was like,
wow.
That'll be enough.
Seriously?
That's the ultimate, go sit down.
Yeah,
You come in late, and that's the first thing you say to me?
That'll be enough.
I didn't know if he meant shooting the ball or cursing.
The 9 o'clock hour, the John Kincade Show's coming your way next. Rhys Hoskins is tied to this person, and that is a problem for the Phillies. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know this. The fall weather is here. The winter weather seems to be buttoned up right against it. The cold weather's going to hit. Is your furnace ready for it? Get the to-do list checked today. Go get peace of mind with H&H Heating and Air Conditioning's $59 gas furnace tune-up that includes a carbon monoxide safety check. H&H came out to our house, did the tune-up. We love these folks. They do a great, great job. Now, we don't need a new system, but if you do, they've got rebates up to $1,500 or 0% financing for 18 months if you're a qualified buyer. When you own a home, you need a trusted heating and air conditioning contractor that you can rely on. That's my friends at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to DelcoHVAC.com and schedule your $59 tune-up or new system estimate today, and you'll see why they have over 1,000 five-star reviews. They're great folks. That's DelcoHVAC.com. Tell them the Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
At T-Mobile, we believe people deserve more without paying more. That's why the new iPhone 14 with its amazing camera is on us, and Apple TV Plus is included.
Wow, it's like expecting a Christmas caroler.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
But getting a whole choir.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
With an epic horn section, too.
It's the season to be jolly.
It's so cool. I'm capturing it all with the amazing camera on my new iPhone 14.
And at T-Mobile, you also get our price lock guarantee, which means we won't raise the price of your rate plan for talk, text, or data. So what are you waiting for? Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 14 on us with eligible trade-in on our Max plan. And get Apple TV Plus included. Get used to getting even more from T-Mobile.
With 24 monthly bill credits plus tax for well-qualified customers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credit stop and balance and required finance agreement is due. Apple TV Plus on us up to $4.99 value. Price lock for rate plan price of current on-network service for eligible lines. Excludes taxes, fees, promos, and third-party services. See T-Mobile.com for details.
Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. People ask, what does this mean, I hate Steven Singer? Well, most other jewelers love to sell diamond studs that are cheap. They have a name for it, frozen spit. I'm serious. That's what other jewelers call their own products, frozen spit. Can you imagine buying a cloudy diamond that's milky color? Oh my. Buy real diamonds from a real jeweler. Steven Singer Jewelers, who backs up every diamond with a real lifetime full trade-in value. The best money-back guarantee in the business. Here's why. Other jewelers hate our beautiful Anita diamond studs because ours are 100% eye flawless and near colorless. Beautiful stuff. They come complete with our 14-karat safety silicone backs, so she never has to worry about losing them or outgrowing them, because our diamonds are such nice quality that we offer everyone a lifetime upgrade. You can trade in your Anita Diamond studs and get exactly what you paid for them. I wish I could trade in my old iPhone and get what I paid. Visit me, the real Steven Singer, at the other corner of 8th and Walnut, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. One place, one price.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
This football season, you can turn game days into paydays when you visit FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. With more than 20 TVs, you'll never miss a play. And with over 30 betting kiosks, it's easy to get in on the action with America's #1 sportsbook. Plus, enjoy exclusive events and promotions. Visit FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Open 7 days a week. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Tell me, where in the tri-state area can you find a Miller Lite draft for less than $1? There is only one place. Here, I will give you a hint. They make the finest pizza, wings, cheesesteaks, and hoagies in the universe. Did you guess Tonelli's Pizza Pub? Tonelli's food is straight fire, and his price on Miller Lite is insane. Stop at Tonelli's today. 97-cent drafts and $9.75 12-pack cans.
Hey, to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators, we're gonna need something.
Like a high-speed internet connection that can turn my ideas into reality.
Like the skills to become the world's most powerful coder.
Like the tools to start my sustainable shoe business.
You just heard some of the millions of students Comcast is supporting through Project Up, our comprehensive initiative and $1 billion commitment to open doors for the next generation so they can build a future of unlimited possibilities. Learn more at comcast.com/projectup.
'Tis the season of snowblowers and generators. Lawn and Golf Supply in Phoenixville has every size snowblower in stock right now. Lawn and Golf also specializes in parts and services to keep your equipment running smoothly throughout all seasons. Now to the end of the year, Lawn and Golf is running specials on overflow inventory from spring and summer. I'm talking riding and zero-turn mowers. Go to lawn-golf.com for all your outdoor equipment needs. That's lawn-golf.com. Lawn and Golf Supply Company in Phoenixville has you covered for all seasons.
Hey, guys, start NFL Week 10 off with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Whether you're new to FanDuel or not, get free bets back if your Thursday night same-game parlay doesn't hit. Same-game parlays combine bets for a chance at an even bigger payday. You got a weird game this week, Atlanta, Carolina, and don't bet anything Carolina's way. There might be some overs you like with Atlanta. Sometimes they can score some points, but take a look at it. See what you like. Build yours or choose from one of the popular pre-built same-game parlays built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. However you want to play, bet the NFL on Thursday night with a no-sweat same-game parlay. All you have to do is sign up with promo code BOB if you don't already have an account. That's promo code BOB. If you have an account, you're all set. Just sign in to see what you've got. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. 3 or more legs, minimum $1 bet required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max free bet $5. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The John Kincade Show.
He's like a jittery piece of geek jerky.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Who just scored, Pat? How many teams use this?
Not many anymore.
No, how many teams did? This was a popular goal song in the NHL, and I have no reason why. It was a...
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of old Gary Glitter. I think he's living in, Panama now.
Didn't he get in trouble?
Oh, yeah. He had some stuff on a computer,
bad stuff, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And didn't he have to, ditch the country?
Yeah,
To run, yeah. To run
so
from
I think
it?
he's in, Panama.
Was it digital content he had on there?
Pew, pew.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't, Bob. It was nothing like that. I went to a meeting yesterday and learned all about it.
Yeah, you and I were both in on the meeting.
We were there.
John forgot to hit mute at the beginning. It was
At the
rather
very
cute.
beginning.
His wife said, John, hit the mute button. He goes, hon, I think I tried.
I can hear it. I can hear it. Turn it down. Hey, 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's, and for details, go to Bagster.com. Somebody we have this giant educational session where you have to get onto a big Zoom call, and somebody was showing their garage with their car in their garage. They were doing, I guess they had their phone up in their garage, so I was seeing someone's garage.
And then they left the chat.
Yes,
and
then
I
they
think
left.
This man who it was, we've mentioned on this show already today.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm a little confused. It's incredible.
You might use a microphone at another place besides these radio stations.
I saw a white SUV, I think, in a garage, if I remember correctly. I think it was.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Does he have great pipes?
He's got great pipes, and he's had them for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him.
Does he like hoops?
He knows his Sixers.
He knows his Sixers.
Yeah, I was laughing at that.
Worst Zoom call
that's what you said also before you muted yourself. You said, what am I looking at? Somebody's garage?
Exactly. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was. Somebody has their garage up.
Mute it next time.
And Atlanta is somebody else, too. You look at the collection of, DJs from around the country that work as part of the Beasley family. And there was one gentleman with the really long hair and looked like he'd be an extra in Sons of Anarchy.
Okay.
I don't know what station he works at in our Beasley family, but if you said, we're looking to cast somebody, because you look like he'd beat our ass, Pat, both of us collectively at the same time. But he has the really long hair.
Is he, in our cluster?
No, he's not in ours, because it's the entire thing. You weren't on it, though, because you've already expertise of covering all this. You didn't have to be there.
Yeah.
So you're lucky.
I'm covered.
9 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Bagster.com. I always envied you getting to do those Zoom calls on the digital content network.
They're fun.
I always envied.
Were you on there yesterday with us?
No, he didn't have to be.
No.
He has all that expertise.
I know all about listicles.
Yes, he does.
He has all that. Bob's used listicles 3 times in a sentence today.
I don't think the word listicles was used enough yesterday. I think it was only used maybe 300 or so times.
Well, I'm glad I had the mic muted, because when it started, I have it down pretty low, and Christina goes, "What did that woman just say?" She heard listicles.
Oh,
and
she
said,
thought something
"What
else."
did she say?" She comes out of the laundry room and "What did that woman just say?" I said, "Listicles, honey."
Listicles, galleries.
Listicles.
Oh, yeah. It was all over the place. It was awesome.
Rhys Hoskins is a Scott Boras client. So here's a spoiler alert for you. He's going to test free agency. Now, I don't know who's going to voice Rhys Hoskins' video. I'd suggest that when Rhys Hoskins hits free agency, they don't go with the video of having some Hollywood actor do it. In fact, Flo from Progressive does ads with John Hamm. John Hamm did the one for Trey Turner. I'd suggest Scott Boras have Flo from Progressive do the one for Rhys Hoskins. I mean, you don't have to spend as much on that one because somebody is going to make the parody one. Whatever he voices for Rhys Hoskins, there's going to be the parody one because they're going to show the hits. They're not going to show him fielding. And so unless he's auditioning to be a DH, you can count on one thing, though. He is going to test free agency. He's got 1 year left. You most likely won't be signing him again after next year unless you're willing, especially if you go out and get a high-priced shortstop next year. So is it better, not Pat told us earlier, he says he's back. It's going to happen. But is it better to move on now or to take advantage of him having a great contract year? We've talked about contract years. This is a contract year for Rhys Hoskins. It's also a contract year for Aaron Nola. Do you want to let both of them play for your team on contract years as lame ducks? Or do you want to lock one of them down? Do you want to? What's the plan?
Welcome back, boys. See you in the summer.
But no new contract. For either one, like right now, you're not worried about locking up either one of them right now.
If I'm going to do one, it would be Nola.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah. And if you're talking about a 4, I don't know if I want to go 100, 480, something like that, maybe.
To extend him.
Is that too little, Pat?
Is that little? That's little, right?
480?
Yeah, it's probably.
How about
yeah,
four? How about 4.9? How about 400? Is that low?
I think that might be low.
And that was my first thing was going to be 400.
That might be low. Might be is a key.
Wow.
Might.
Look, I don't want Aaron Nola to go anywhere right now. So I guess it's that. But I'm wondering, do you benefit next year from contract years for both of them? That they play their asses off in a contract year. I don't know how much Aaron Nola could really be better. He had a great regular season.
He did.
And he really did. Now, in the 3 biggest games of the year, he gagged, which concerns me long-term about locking him up. That will always, he has to wipe out that legacy for me because he went right back to being the guy that I thought he was.
I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable with him.
But as a 2, or what if he's a 3?
Just like comfortability.
What if Painter ascends and Aaron Nola becomes your reliable 3? You're going to feel great about that.
Yeah,
right?
I'd feel good, but I'm still never going to have the uber confidence of, like when Wheeler takes the bump, I'm like, all right, he's going to shut him down.
Yeah.
He'll go 7, he might give up 2. Nola, there's just always the chance for that big inning. And the big inning is what kills him. It's not death by 1,000 cuts for Aaron Nola. It's the atom bomb. And the atom bomb is usually a
It's
home run.
Hiroshima.
It's a 3-run, 4-run bomb.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what crushes him. So I don't know if I'm ever going to feel
I'm not
amazing like this uber level of confidence. I used to, but not anymore.
after these last 3. Not after the 3 biggest games of his career. He wet the bed.
Here's something that I've been thinking about since the World Series ended, directly related to this. Will we start seeing load management with pitchers, starting pitchers, when it comes to the Phillies? They did it this year with Wheeler. Yeah, they said inflammation in the forearm. He said, I could probably pitch through it, but the pain will just remain, whatever. They shut him down for a month and a half. They shut him down in the World Series for an extra game and inexplicably took him out way too early. But he was phenomenal in Game 6. I don't know. Do we see something that it says, well, Nola, yeah, he fizzled out in the World Series and the National League Championship, but it's because it's the most innings he's ever pitched. I wonder if the Phillies are going to start with that. You know, you bring back a Syndergaard. You have others that can spot start, and they start giving guys some load management.
I saw Bobby Cox do this when the Braves used to get off to the big leads, and they'd be sitting there like 17, 18 games over 500 midway through the year.
Mm-hmm.
Insert a 6th starter for a 4 or 5 week period.
Yeah.
put a 6th starter in there, one of the guys who was like Pat's guy, transitional to the bullpen, one of the long relief guys, and just say he'd look at the schedule for the week and say there wasn't an off day, and he'd say, I'll insert the 6th starter this week, or if there was a doubleheader that got scheduled, insert the 6th starter, and he'd run with it for like 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Just because he said, look, I've got enough wins built up. I'm feeling good about this.
Griff McGarry, come on down.
And if he thought there was and he thought if it was, his thought process was if he could save 2 starts on all of his starters.
Yeah.
They would be better in October. And that was before the extra wild card round.
Yeah, and it was before bullpen games and all of those things. And I know teams have bullpen games, and some people might say they're already kind of doing it. But I'm just talking about the Phillies in particular and the way that they handled their rotation in the playoffs.
Yes.
Where they basically went to 2, and before Suarez got really good, 2.5 starters because they were looking at Suarez to only go a few innings. I wonder if it becomes a thing during the regular season that they said, okay, regular season innings are going to be capped out at, 170.
170?
And to lead you to the into the playoffs. Well, think about it. Wheeler went 213 2 years ago and led the major leagues. So that's, taking away 5-6 starts over the course.
I can't do that many.
Yeah,
if you told me you wanted to cap it
185,
185, I feel a little better with.
I don't like capping it at all.
I don't like it either. I'm asking, do you think it might be a way?
I think it's another example of managing scared.
Or smart,
Well,
if it works.
For everybody scared is somebody smart.
Right.
So
I mean, if you had those NOLA.
What was that, Pat? I like that.
for everybody scared, somebody smart.
Okay.
If
Now, you know what? It might.
That's too deep for me.
It might actually make sense.
But if you could have grabbed those NOLA early playoff starts and had them be your World Series starts because he was fresher, maybe it's a different outcome there, and maybe that's the way the Phillies are going to look at it. I don't know. It's just something that's been going around in my head because of the unnatural way, maybe a better word if you guys think of it, that they handled their starting pitching in the playoffs.
But then what happens if he goes out and he gets shelled? And then it's like, well, he was rusty.
I don't have all the answers, Pat. I'm just throwing something out there.
That's why I don't. That's why I can't stand the idea of it. Is we got to rest, we got to coddle him, we got to give him kick.
I don't like it either, but I'm wondering if
you just roll the ball out every 5th day. You go out there and you pitch.
Dude, I totally agree with you, but I'm wondering if the Phillies are looking at it in a different way than the hard nuts way that me and you look at it.
I like it because honestly, if I was here, and you did hear it from people connected around the Phillies that they thought Nola may have been a little tired.
I'm sure
that was
all
the excuse.
Tired. You know what I mean? Like at that point, you should be tired.
The other team should be tired. Everybody's tired.
Yeah, everyone should be tired.
They played 4 more postseason games than the Astros.
And the Astros had been there before. Like, they knew what to expect.
So that next year, then, by that measure, the Phillies should know how to build up towards it.
They should. They should be ready. They get valuable experience. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it really is. It is a weird thing to look at, though, to be able to try to figure out what do you do and how do you approach it next year.
Yeah, because if we can all agree on something, the way Rob Thompson and the whole staff handled the pitching staff was abnormal. Is that a decent word to use, Pat?
Premature.
Yes. Abnormal.
Yes, premature.
Well, okay, it got you through playoff series unexpectedly, and it got you to the World Series. You wonder if they just might be thinking bigger as far as how to handle a regular season. I don't know. I'm not an advocate for it. I'm just throwing out there. I wonder if they're thinking it.
I like the conversation a lot. I don't like the thinking about it, the implications of it, though. It's not easy. It's not easy to figure out what do you do.
No,
and how do you do it? I mean, how do you go about this?
It's the term that we used earlier as far as basketball playoffs go. They just want to deliver the team as healthy as they can to the playoffs. Well, as delivering your starting pitchers to the playoffs, does that mean, I don't know, that a Wheeler thing where he misses 4 or 5 starts during a season is a month shutdown of a pitcher, something that they're going to look at? I don't know. But the way they handled things in this playoff made me think that maybe they're thinking of it.
I never understood the Washington Nationals and how they handled Steven Strasburg.
Right.
So
I hated that,
They were
by
in
the
a
way.
playoff hunt. and they had an innings limit, and they refused to go over the innings limit to get into the postseason. And I always thought, well, that's stupid. You should have limited his innings at the beginning of the year.
I thought that would be
you should
better.
have started having him pitch mid-May or June.
They shut him down right around the 1st of September.
Yeah, and I think that year it ended up costing them a postseason bid.
It did, and then they won a World Series. But they'll always argue.
I never understood that. Now, if you want to do that, and if you want to have one of your guys, not both of them, but one of your guys kind of coming along slowly and start pitching in May, I'm more apt to buy into that than just August. We're going to shut you down in the middle of the season for no reason other than
right. That you make a great point, and I wonder if they're looking at that though. I wonder if they're looking at ways to cut 35 starts, 32 starts of a starting pitcher.
You mean 35 innings?
No, 35 starts. A starting pitcher gets about 35 starts, whatever. Okay. I wonder if they're saying, magic number's 28 now. Or something. I don't know. I just wonder if they're thinking of it.
Just think of it this way. Justin Verlander this year. Now, he got shut down for a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. 28 starts, 175 innings.
Okay.
Framber Valdez, who I just hate now because he was so freaking good. 31 starts, 201 innings.
Yeah, he has that look of a guy that can just keep throwing.
Like he's a hoss.
How about Javier? What was he?
Javier. 30 starts, 148 innings.
Wow.
He didn't go deep.
That's
now, I don't know if it
surprising.
was 148 innings.
30 starts or 30 games because he didn't
30.
start all year.
Oh, no, he didn't start all year.
Right?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry with Javier. Game start. He started 25.
Oh, okay.
He did start 25, so the innings might be off a little bit, but even if you make 148, let's make it, since there were 5 of those appearances were not starts, let's make that 165.
Okay. Yeah.
170.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they only had one guy who went 200 innings.
It's interesting. I really do think it's interesting.
And Nola pitches a lot of innings. Wheeler pitches a lot of innings.
Yeah.
So, hey, free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Pat, when I hear you talk about the Hess truck, you're always talking about the batteries, too. They give you a bunch of batteries with the Hess truck?
Yeah, that's so clutch.
That is clutch.
There was nothing worse than getting like a cool item on Christmas or, whatever you celebrate, but it was like, oh, well, I forgot the batteries.
Right.
So then, and nobody was leaving the house. Like, nobody was going out of the house to, like, run to a 24-hour, whatever it is, to grab batteries. You were?
No, I go every year. I go out on Christmas Day.
Okay. Where do you go?
To turn in lottery tickets.
What?
Because we have a tradition of lottery tickets. Santa Claus brings scratch-off lottery tickets in everybody's stocking.
Shout out to the big guy.
And now this is the first year that we won't be traveling at Christmas because we always were in Atlanta and then traveled to Philadelphia for Christmas. This year we get to just stay put. So we'd be getting ready to travel the next day, so everybody would give me their scratch-off lottery tickets, and I'd go to the mini market and cash them in on Christmas Day.
Okay,
they didn't like me.
I should clarify.
Yes.
Most people don't want to leave.
Yes.
Christmas, right?
No, they don't want to leave.
So convincing your mom or dad, hey, I know you got this, but I need batteries. They weren't exactly ready to jump up and grab the keys and drive out. So the fact that they're giving you batteries with the Hess truck, it's clutch.
My parents knew how to settle that problem with the batteries very easily. We didn't get gifts.
I was about to say, I knew you were going to go with this crap of we didn't get gifts. I knew it.
Okay.
Always me with Bob Cooney.
We do the too. I take Thanksgiving leftovers and Christmas leftovers, and I would take them to where we lived. We had these famous, like, homeless people that would somehow be in a pretty nice area, but they were homeless. And they would be out, and you could always find them, and people would get to know them. So Christina would pack up the Thanksgiving leftovers. We're not a big leftover family, so we'd keep just enough leftovers to have, like, a later meal. Mm-hmm. And I'd go out and find them in the neighborhood till I got scolded by the Sandy Springs police.
Oh, jeez.
They told me that I shouldn't be doing that.
Shouldn't be given.
Because I was contributing to the problem. They will take them for a Thanksgiving meal. So then literally I would just avoid the cop and then find them and give them the bag. They'll find a meal if they want one. No, they're going to get a bag, so it's a little bit better. Hey, we head into the final stretch of the morning today, and it's presented by Stretch Zone. Bobby, it's Stretch Day.
Nice.
Stretch Day today. out at Stretch Zone. If you want to relieve sore muscles, increase flexibility and range of motion, book your free 30-minute stretch session today. Go to stretchzone.com. My Wednesday is stretch day. Oh, yeah. I can feel the difference. Ricky Bo feeling it. We need to get you in there. Once you get this neck thing worked out.
I had a great Chris Pinkerton, my physical therapist over there in Jersey.
And you've converted him to a listener.
I have. Yeah, he gives me, so I get heat on the neck, and then I get like about a 20-minute neck massage.
Okay, it's not painful because you're having some neck pain.
There's some pain there, yeah. So I have disc problems in my neck for whatever, who cares? But it is amazing, people that know what they're doing and how to find where your pain is. It's amazing. It's pretty cool, yeah. And
you are sent from God. You people, not you, Bob.
Oh, damn.
The people who help us through pain like that are just little messengers from God.
Yeah.
They're there with a special skill set.
I told him yesterday, you have the fingers of an angel. Okay. That's weird. That's my physical therapy.
Pat, there's a drop in there somewhere. There's a time. The question is, when does Pat find a way to use that?
It'll be used eventually.
It'll be used. Pat knows how to use it.
I just saw something real quick. DeGrom, it's expected somebody's going to give him $40 million a year.
I would bet that.
Wait a
minute, 2 years, $80 million?
I'll tell you, 35, hurt as much as he's been.
Why? I'd tell you, I'd be afraid of the 40. I don't want the Phillies to even consider it ever, and they won't.
I could see the Dodgers.
So could I,
because they lost out on Bauer.
Yeah.
So Bauer's never coming back. They signed him to a deal that.
And
had
he's
a really
nice. And he was a really nice man, wasn't he, Pat?
Yeah, he was a great.
Shocking that he's not around.
Jackass. But I'm sure a team like that who won 100 games and didn't get to the World Series, didn't win one, I could totally see them ponying up $40 million for him.
Is the world coming down to around Brett Favre? He's involved in another scandal now?
I saw that. Like how the walls haven't closed in on him quicker is beyond me.
I got to tell you this: the more you read about Brett Favre, the more sketchy stuff. There's a million sketchy things around him. It seems like.
Oh, yeah.
But he's always been one of the sacred cows. He's always been one of those guys that he's beloved. He's the old gunslinger.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, he gives me the creeps. Coming up, there is a strange admission that Connor Thomas made yesterday in our post-show meeting that none of us could believe. But I guess we all probably have one or two of them ourselves. We'll get to that next, and we may hear some of yours. It's the John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Get the Bet Park Sportsbook and Casino app, the official sportsbook of the diehard sports fan in Philadelphia. I got to tell you this. It's safe. It's secure. It's easy to use. It's easy to fund your account. And more importantly, it's easy to get your funds once you win. Now, I've been struggling during football season. I told you, I have fallen below the profit line, just slightly. But I plan on making a strong comeback. You know, I always bet very, very responsibly. But now I'll get more into Flyers hockey because now you get opportunities. Torts has got them playing really, really well. And we get towards Monday night with the Birds, and they're already 11-point favorites on Monday night. That is absolutely crazy. Plus, you can watch a game and bet on the action as it happens as the line constantly shifts with live in-game wagering. The BetParks app offers you $750 in sportsbook bonus back if your first bet is not a winner. Check the website for conditions. Individual player performances, always fun. Join me on the BetParks app now. It's so easy to use. It's so much fun. And by the way, they're driving you home from Eagles games, too, on the Broad Street line for free. It's absolutely awesome. You got to be 21 and present in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, or New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
They're like the family from hell on acid that's on steroids.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Attention. Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation, without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Oak Hills Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical breakthrough that has helped thousands of men. Our wave technology is backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's proven to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED and turn back the clock in the bedroom, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. I don't think I've ever heard of it failing. This offer is worth $600, but it's free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic now to qualify for this unprecedented offer. 215-302-9999.
My son Finn was born with congenital heart disease and spent the first 8 months of his life in the hospital. Starlight Children's Foundation has played an important role in our lives. For 5 weeks as a baby, Finn lived in a Starlight Hero wagon instead of having to sleep in a hospital bed. Starlight provides moments of joy for families like mine at a time where there's very little to be found. Learn more about how Starlight brightens the lives of sick kids by visiting starlight.org today.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
Everyone, meet our newest employee, Susan. She has an idea that is going to revolutionize our food ordering.
Hi, Susan. So nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, she just gave her notice, and today is her last day.
I'm gonna miss her. Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. That's our thing.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
It's John Kincade. You know, there's only one thing I really need to be happy. That's keeping my wife happy. And that's why a beautiful backyard paradise at our new home from Landis Block and Concrete will do the job for me. Beautiful patios, an outdoor kitchen, a fire pit, a retaining wall, whatever we want. Landis Block is going to be my resource for outdoor living. You just need the imagination, the space, and a budget. So lean on them. Trust them. You're not going to have to worry about a thing. Check out the photo gallery at landisbc.com. That's landisbc.com, because Landis Block is going to create the Kincades, a jaw-dropping outdoor paradise.
Hey, to become the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and creators, we're gonna need some things.
Like a high-speed internet connection that can turn my ideas into reality. Like the skills to become the world's most powerful coder.
Like the tools to start my sustainable shoe business.
You just heard some of the millions of students Comcast is supporting through Project Up, our comprehensive initiative and $1 billion commitment to open doors for the next generation so they can build a future of unlimited possibilities. Learn more at comcast.com/projectup.
Every drive starts somewhere. For First Trust Bank, our drive started in Philadelphia and continues to this day. As Philly's hometown bank for more than 85 years, we know this city's people. We understand their passions, and we work our tails off to help them reach their goals every day. Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Member FDIC.
Every driver needs a car, and this is the month to get yours. Gateway Kia connects you with the hottest new Kia models. The best selection, all ready for immediate delivery. Gateway Kia has new Kia Souls below MSRP. Or choose a Telluride, Sorento, or Forte. And find the best price on a huge selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. At Gateway Kia in Warrington, Quakertown, or online at shopgatewaykia.com. Hope to see you at Gateway Kia.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
Hey, guys, if you're suffering from fatigue, low energy, trouble sleeping, ED, or a decreased sex drive, you may have low testosterone. So go get checked today. Call Iron Mountain Men's Health or visit ironmountainmenshealth.com to set up a free consultation. Dr. Avidan Appel at Iron Mountain Men's Health, he's just the best, and he's treated thousands of patients with success rates as high as 90%. They specialize in custom treatment plans for each individual, with patients experiencing results typically in just a few weeks. Consultations are free and pressure-free, so you can't lose. I've told you before, and I'll say it again, Dr. Appel, he's simply the best. If you want to feel back to normal with better strength, energy, and a higher libido, set up your appointment at ironmountainmenshealth.com or call 215-659-3770. That's 215-659-3770. Tell them I sent you. Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
This is the radio show I always wanted to host here in Philly. Question is whether it's the one you've always wanted to listen to.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Now, Pat, this is a banger.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, this makes you feel good.
Yeah. Hey, we bop to this.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic, 9 o'clock hour. This segment of the show brought to you by Martin Law, Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at paworkinjury.com. Luckily, I show up when I do. Bob and I sort of show up almost at the exact same time to be able to get Bob into the building. Because, Bob, we've tried again. I saw you get another key card.
I'm starting to think they don't want something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I got another key card yesterday from our boss. And
Chucky D gave you another key card.
And as John can attest, as we tried it this morning, it doesn't work.
Nope. Doesn't work to get into this floor. Doesn't work to get into the building.
No,
so
I think I gave them a bad key. They just put it in one pocket, grabbed it back out, and said, "Here you go, Bob. Here's another one."
Try this
the same exact
Where's
one.
Connor going? Oh, Connor, go do if you're doing something. No, because we need you. Because we do need you here. Connor's in the building.
Just try to leave?
It looked like he was leaving. What were you leaving
doing.
for? What were you leaving for?
I looked at the show sheet and I realized it was supposed to be a little bit later.
No. It's fine. What are you doing? Why are you doing the hipster thing too? By the way,
What do you mean? What hipster thing?
You going skateboarding after the show?
No, I'm hacky sacking out there in the hallway.
He's part of the sack pack.
Yeah,
no, why is this hipstery? I can't wear a beanie.
Nah, you look like you take your lattes a little too seriously.
You look like you're doing the soy, no fat, double equal latte.
You know what?
And that's not you. And that you're not that guy.
Yeah, he is. I've given up Connor on his, and not in a bad way. I just accept you however you want to wear your clothes. However, maybe I wouldn't do it. I accept you for who you are.
That's so nice, Bobby. I appreciate it. It only took 2 years.
Although when you came in here dancing just now, I almost took a double take to say, "Is that?"
It's a good song.
I didn't know who it was.
It was a good song.
You said you thought it was Richard Simmons when he was coming
or Debbie Simmons.
Or Debbie
Simmons.
Yeah. Connor made a strange admission yesterday during our post-show meeting. And, Connor, you're a Philadelphia resident.
Yeah, I've lived in the city for
How long?
about 5 years now.
About 5 years. Connor says to us in the post-show meeting yesterday, he has never set foot in Reading Terminal Market.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was.
Which Anthony Gargano every single year the day before Thanksgiving is famous for just bringing his special brand of holiday cheer. It's sort of like kicking off. They talk about the Channel 6 Thanksgiving Day Parade. Anthony usurps them by doing his show on the Thanksgiving Eve. Anthony says, forget about Channel 6. The kickoff of the holiday season is him at Reading Terminal Market.
It's one of the most fun days of the year. Anthony doing his show at Reading Terminal the day before Thanksgiving. I absolutely adore it. Yeah.
It is one of his off-the-rail shows.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's just sort of hey, cuz, how you doing?
Yeah, the sheer joy in that man's face.
Oh, well.
When whoever stops by with food, it's awesome.
Well, Connor made the strange admission that he has never set foot in Reading Terminal Market.
That tracks.
And you have lived in the city of Philly for 5 years?
Yeah, and I grew up my whole life in South Jersey, like right across the river. I don't know. It's just one of those places. I feel like everyone has those places that everyone else has been to that you've never been.
You say you walk by this place.
Yeah, all the time. Now
He's never
it's
set
like
foot in
2
a
a.m.
girl's apartment either, so.
Well, that's part of it, yes. I mean, this is crazy to me. The Reading Terminal Market is absolutely one of the defining things that you have to visit if you visit the city.
Yeah, never been to Reading Terminal Market, never been to the art museum inside of it.
Oh, my gosh.
And I've never been to the Palestra.
Oh, that's terrible. The Palestra breaks my heart because it is an amazing experience.
That's ridiculous.
That is an amazing experience to watch. Just watch hoops in the Palestra. You feel like you're watching it like you've turned back the clock.
Watch a practice in the Palestra. We'll just walk through the Palestra when it's empty. It is. I love that.
And until
place.
Villanova
I love
got
that
greedy
place.
and destroyed the Big Five, we used to have the most amazing doubleheader nights in the Palestra that were just spectacular. But I hope all that money keeps them warm at night. It destroyed one of the greatest traditions in any city, in any sports.
Well, I've heard great things about all those places, just never made it.
You never went in the Reading Terminal Market.
That's a violation.
Maybe
So
I
there
need
is-
Connor's tourist day. to
Usually
see all this
after work, Connor and I walk out together. Like 80% of the time, we walk out together when we get done our reads and our meetings and stuff like that. When he said it yesterday, I felt guilty. I felt like
You should have taken
up
him?
to me. After work one day, you and I are just going to drive right down to, I'm not kidding, drive down to Reading
Connor, it's
Terminal Market and
fantastic.
have lunch.
No, I believe you. The fact that he feels guilty. Like, I'm 28.
I
you can
do.
just say go.
No,
Like, you
I
don't
feel
have to bring
guilty
me.
that you haven't been to the Palestra now. Like, that hurt my
my
heart.
gosh.
I'm taking you to the Palestra for a game within the next couple of
What,
weeks.
like
Connor,
against my will? I got a schedule.
You don't have a schedule.
I can tell you when you walk in Reading Terminal Market. Well, walking in the Palestra is just it's one of the most special things that you'll ever do in sports. In modern day, it's one of the best experiences you can have. As long as it's a good crowd. I've been in the Palestra when it's sort of half empty and it's not as good.
I got to tell you.
I was always there for Big Five doubleheaders and throwing streamers.
Yeah, but even
everything.
then, I've been in it in so many different
Until
capacities.
Villanova got greedy, by the way.
The sold out I've been to. The hardly anyone there I've been to. I've been lucky enough to play there as a college
That's
player.
amazing.
I played there. I've been lucky enough as a media member that we played there every Wednesday for years. I was lucky enough to see my son play there as a member of LaSalle's basketball team. So to say that place holds a special place in my heart doesn't even cut it. I'm not kidding you. I got to take you to a game. I'm going to make it work. Yeah,
It's on you, right? You're paying? Buy me a
I got
soda?
you. I got you. The night's on me. I'm not kidding you.
I brought up that I never did an omelet. I was never a big anything but an egg fried hard, totally dead, or an egg McMuffin, but I never did an omelet till this past year. Then I found out this morning, Pat, Bob has never had a Whopper.
What?
The candy or the sandwich?
Sandwich.
I don't like the candies either, but no,
candy's
I've
trash.
never had a Whopper. I'm a bacon double cheeseburger guy.
But Bob's never had a Whopper, and he goes, well, it's the tomatoes. And I said, hold the pickles, hold the lettuce.
Dude.
Special orders don't upset us.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yes.
All
literally-
we ask is that you let us serve us your way.
Their whole shtick is like, you can have it your way. Your
I
way.
do. My way is the bacon double cheeseburger.
Be better,
The
man.
Whopper
Like,
is a
explain-
spectacular
explain
sandwich.
I don't like the
great
Whopper.
sandwich.
I took a bite of it once, and I didn't.
You don't like the Whopper.
I took a bite of it once, and I don't like it.
And
A
you
There's
took
too
a bite
much.
of it with tomato.
I don't like the. No, I had no tomato.
He said, he
There's
goes, I
just
don't
too
like
much.
he goes, I don't like the sauce on a Whopper. I said, a Whopper doesn't have sauce.
I think it's got some mayonnaise.
No, it
on
doesn't.
it?
It's you get it any way you want. A Whopper doesn't have like
Understand.
special
I do get
sauce.
it any way I want. I get it with bacon and 2 patties,
That's
and it's
not
called
the
a
same
bacon double
sandwich.
cheeseburger.
It's not the same meat.
That's like I like
I
the cheesesteak.
don't like the taste of it.
I like the cheesesteak. I get it with capicola and salami. It's not the same sandwich.
It's not the same sandwich.
I don't like the Whopper.
I feel like I'm talking to my 3-year-old.
you would love
like
the
you've never
Whopper.
had
I don't
the
think you know
Whopper.
enough to
I've
make that
had
statement.
it. I don't like
took
it. I took
a
a
bite.
bite of it.
How
I've
about
never
you?
had a whole Whopper.
You take me out to the Palestra, and on the way back, I'll buy
You
you
get
a
a
Whopper.
Whopper.
I don't want one.
You're going to eat it, and you're going to like it.
No, I'm not.
Pat, give me one. Come on.
Yeah,
We've all
so-
admitted one.
Yeah,
Like,
so
it's bizarre.
I
You have one?
No, I have a lot. So the big one though is I've never been on like an Aaron Express. Aaron Expresses are huge with college kids. I never went on an Aaron Express because I don't drink. So
So like one of the little buses?
you don't know what an Aaron Express is?
No.
You never really?
Bob?
Oh
No.
God, yeah, I've been
Okay,
on.
all right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Aaron Express.
Donna
is like
and I
you
went
pay-
on a few.
You pay like I don't know how much money it is, but you basically it's a bunch of kids near St. Patrick's Day, and they go around to different bars, and that's why every around the Saturday.
so it's like a pub
before-
crawl.
Yeah, it's a pub crawl.
it's
but called
absolutely.
the
Okay,
Aaron
okay.
Express.
I've been on one of those. I didn't know that though.
Yeah, they're called Aaron Express. and
Okay.
I've never been on that because I don't drink, and
Okay.
I've got no interest in hanging out with a bunch of drunk people.
All right. How about else? I agree with you on the hanging out with the drunks. Anything else?
Connor brought up one that I've wanted to go to, and I'm embarrassed about it. But the art museum.
You've never been in
I've
the
never
art
been
museum?
In the art museum.
Okay, I am not even a big museum person. I am not.
See, I
it
am.
is-
I like museums.
Okay, well then you'll love it.
And I've failed.
Okay, do not put the do not do the earbuds headphones tour.
Okay.
Just go to it the first time and just wander around yourself. And then the next time you go, if there's something they're doing specialty where they have a tour and someone's actually leading you through on the tour, very informative, very awesome. I used to go and they would have, Connor, this is great. When I was single, living in Philly before I moved away, they would have wine, cheese, appetizers on Friday nights at the art museum with single people.
Yeah, but all of those girls are too smart for me.
No, wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nah, some of the these were future desperate housewives, is what I would tell you. It was smart girls, good looking girls, everything, and you'd be there. And if you liked art, if you were like walking around acting like you liked art,
Eventually,
sorta
though,
like
they're
you.
going to figure out though that you don't know what you're talking about.
What's eventually?
Yeah,
I mean, Pat, what? Seriously,
it's a good point.
What's
We don't need
6 days later.
We don't need a second date.
10 days later.
I think we had a class trip to the art
We did
museum.
when we did.
I was shocked that we never in grade school.
I can't believe it. Well, Franklin Institute, you did right.
Oh,
Yeah, I love Franklin
Now you did
Love
Franklin.
Franklin
Franklin Institute is
awesome.
I
Yeah.
still like Franklin Institute.
That's a treasure.
Yeah.
The train,
Yeah.
the heart.
Uh-huh.
I mean, those things are that's
treasures.
That's a treasure.
Yeah.
It's a good spot.
What about the Please Touch Museum?
Oh, I love the Please Touch Museum.
Jack goes to the Please Touch. That's one of his go-tos.
Do they?
Loves
Is the
Please Touch
Please
Museum.
Touch? And I'm trying to remember.
It's not far away, by the way. It's like 5 minutes away.
Is the Please Touch the one where the kids have the little supermarket?
Yeah.
Okay, that was one. I remember bringing Liv there.
You know what I like about it? It changes with the times too. It hasn't always stayed the same. I mean, it's always like
What,
some
Night at the
different
museum?
thing. Yeah, just like that, Connor. Yes. I'm looking at games that I can take you to because
I like
I
this.
am
What's a good? What's a good? Is there a double?
looks
Is there a
like-
doubleheader night? By the way, at all?
There's a doubleheader on the. It's funny. My friend Jake Dunphy just texted me telling me there's
Jake.
a doubleheader on Wednesday, 11:30. I am looking more towards. I'll tell you what. I know you have softball on Sunday, but at 4:30 there's a game on Sunday at the Palestra.
And who is it?
I'll be free.
Who is it?
Me and you can go. I'm trying to look it up here. It's
Sounds like
Penn.
a whopper of a day.
Penn and somebody. We're not
You can
doing
have a- you
whoppers.
can have a Whopper
I'll even take you to
beforehand.
New Deck beforehand, which is the place you go before you go to the Palestra game.
And a Wawa.
Okay.
And we'll have
You're
a
going in there.
nice sandwich and
Get 'em a
maybe
Whopper.
beer.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Sounds like a really good deal. Hey, Coach, anything you haven't done?
It's not necessarily, I guess, mainstream now, but I've never been to a drive-in movie.
Really?
Never.
Now, Connor, you probably have never been to a drive-in.
No.
You went to a drive-in. There's just
Connor's
no movie.
never been to a drive-in movie. We used to go to the Exton. We used to go to the Exton Drive-In, where now PJ's Poorhouse is. That area where Rally House in Exton is. That's where the Hooters filmed the "And We Dance" video.
Good song.
There, I think that was 83 or 84. And but the drive-in movies were great.
Can we do a walk-in? Like the gas prices, a little bit wild. I'll watch a movie outside, but
Well, no, you don't have to leave your car running.
what do you
You pull up, and you used to put a speaker.
Don't you need like the battery on to hear it? Don't you tune to something? Or?
No, you pull up and there's a speaker that you extended from a hook, and you brought the speaker right into your car.
No,
Yeah, but in later years you hook up to a.
And then you could hook up to
FM.
88,
Yeah.
87.8, or whatever it
Yeah,
was.
the ones that I've been to, your car, the radio has to be on.
There was like you could keep a little radio on there. Those are pretty good things.
Cool.
They're fun though.
I think Doc and his friends once went to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and one of his buddies was a lawn contractor, and if I'm not mistaken, the story was they started a chainsaw.
Grow up
at the drive-in.
That's,
I love when
problematic.
Pat says in a mad voice, "Grow up." It's one of my favorite things in life.
After I pooped myself
if somebody started. If I was a Texas Chainsaw Massacre at a drive-in and somebody started, I don't know if that was one of those stories like Don Earl had hit the effing post. I don't know if it's one of those, but I believe that was the story. Is that one of Doc's friends? They were a landscaper and started up the chainsaw.
It's immature
At Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
It's immature, man.
Man,
like, what are you getting from that?
But that's pretty awesome.
No, it's not awesome. It's immature and lame.
Oh, stop.
Grow up.
I think it's a good.
Be better.
I think it's pretty good.
It's
all right,
all right.
Connor. So Bobby's going to try to help you out there.
All right, sounds good.
No,
sounds like a fun Sunday.
Yeah.
The Palestras, absolutely.
I can't believe you haven't been there. When we would play on Wednesday, we would play around noon on Wednesday, 11:30 noon on Wednesdays. Walking in with your bag over your shoulder, the door left open for us, walking in down the tunnel and walking onto that floor. I must have did it 50 to 100 times, and I got chills every time I did it.
I had the honor of getting college credit working for Dan Baker, the legendary Dan Baker.
Heard of him.
Welcome, Philadelphia Phillies fans. Dan was he had to make sure the Temple signed off on me getting my credit. Him and Bob Vitrone.
Yeah.
Boop's daddy. Now, Bob Vitrone helped monitor my college credit internship, too. So I had it made in the shade.
Yeah.
With Bobby. He was great.
He got me on the court during a doubleheader to shoot a foul shot between games.
Really?
Mrs. Paul's Pals Night at the Palestra. I'll never forget it. Yeah. I was probably like 10 years old.
Mrs. Paul's Pals?
So Mrs. Paul's was a frozen fish come. Mrs. Paul's
fish sticks.
So they must have had a promotion that night, and they, random kid, whatever. Well, my dad was friends with Mr. Vitrone Sr. with Beef, and he's like, Bobby's calling me, and I go down there, real skittishly. He goes, here, put this shirt on, go out and make a free throw. I was like, all right.
So you're the fish stick free throw guy?
So I must have worn, and I might have it in my phone. I must have worn that Mrs. Paul's Pals Night at the Palestra T-shirt. I may have worn it 300 out of 365
That's stolen
days.
valor, though. You didn't earn that T-shirt.
Yeah, you only got it if you made the foul shot.
No.
You didn't earn it.
You don't get a shirt. You missed the foul
Egan,
shot.
I can tell you this, is the legendary Bob Vitrone, Buck the bartender, who was just a amazing guy. He would have had a hard time handling you.
Yeah.
He would have had a hard time handling you as a young man. He would have really, he would have liked you. But he would have had a hard time understanding you. He would sometimes say, John, less questions. He would just go,
oh, yeah?
Here we go. Like we'd be having a conversation, and we'd be getting into something, and I'm an intern, and I'm eager and everything, and he'd go, John, less questions. And it was just, okay, time to move on. Just do whatever you got to do. He was absolutely one of the legends.
He had a column called Buck the Bartender, as John mentioned, and he would mention just local things going on. And it was what Philadelphia was. Every high school coach knew every college coach, and players knew players and all of that. And it was just the best thing to read.
It was great.
And, I talk about most flattering things in my life. To make that column one time as a player was like, That was pretty damn cool. But I miss those days so much of the Ted Solaris and the Bob Vitrones and all. Yeah.
You say you were one thing we didn't get to on the show. I don't want to get to here is that you talked about. You said you think someone's got their work cut out for them specifically.
Yeah, I do.
Who is it?
I kind of alluded to it yesterday. Right. If there's somebody on the Eagles, and I know we only have a couple minutes, that you think really has to work on something here, who would it be?
Wow, it's really. Gosh.
Everybody has to work on things. 8-0 doesn't hide the fact that you have flaws. It doesn't. There are some. Not many of them are grand, but I think this guy has the biggest work cut out for him now.
Wow, it's hard to It's
like, your boyfriend.
What? Jonathan Gannon?
I think
fourth in points allowed in the NFL?
Yeah,
I swear
think
this guy is the most hyper-critiqued coach
I'm not
ever.
critiquing him.
No, but I mean, he is in this town. I hear him critiqued on this station all the time, like callers and stuff. Well,
really?
Gannon's got to get his act together. I'm like, he's fourth in points allowed. What are you talking about?
I swear to God,
people?
I haven't heard his name at all. Now, you listen to the station a lot more than I do because I'm oftentimes outside, I just think this defense against the run game, and I don't want to keep feeding a fed horse. Haha, PETA loves me.
What? There you go.
I just think it's a big concern right now, especially without Jordan Davis, and especially because teams are looking at how do we play against this Philadelphia Eagles team.
Correct.
And I really think teams are going to concentrate on a run game to slow down this offense, to keep the ball in their hands so that you keep it out of Jalen Hurts's. I really think Jonathan Gannon has a tough task here, and I'm anxious to see how he approaches it moving forward.
How do you get Fletcher Cox to be better against the run at this point in his career?
You can't. I mean, Derrick Henry coming in a few weeks terrifies me.
Well, thankfully, it doesn't mean he's coming back, Pat, but he has a chance to come back.
Yeah,
Jordan Davis would come out. Jordan Davis would come off the list right after that game before that.
Yeah, I'm not banking on it, but yeah, he's got
after the Packer game. Yeah, I'm not banking on it either, but I don't know what you do, and I don't know. Honestly, I'm not X's and O's good enough to say, how do you scheme to make it better?
Yeah, when the experts talk about it, I think what we're going to see is that they start relying more and more on their corners and safeties being one-on-one coverage. That they're going to bring.
I actually think I'm sort of okay with it.
Well, I think that's kind of what you almost have to do. You're going to have to bring your linebackers up. You're going to have to do stuff to stop all this. And look, their tackling's not good either. So
no, their tackling is worst in the NFL.
Yeah, so I think the biggest challenge, I'm not going to say concern, I think the biggest challenge that's sitting there in front of the Eagles right now goes to Jonathan Gannon, and it's to stop other teams' run game. Because I really think it's going to be a point of emphasis for teams coming, not just coming in here, but going against the Eagles from here on out.
I think I'm okay with it with Tannehill. I think I'm okay saying Tannehill try to beat us with your arm.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what you have to look at, yeah.
But there's some teams that will be able to, that you'll meet down the line that could keep you from going to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That can run the ball, throw the ball, and do all those things and take care of business there. It was a fun Wednesday morning with you. I think we're past the Phillies malaise, and we're getting towards happier times. And congrats to the Flyers, keep winning, and Sixers get it rolling. We're looking forward to it.
And hurry up, Trey Turner.
Yeah. We could use that, too. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, All Seasons Comfort Control, and make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We look forward to having you be a part of the show tomorrow. Ricky Bowe makes his final morning appearance with us. We got Game Time and more. John Kincade Show saying, have a great day, everybody. You can save up to 30% or more on your heating bills this winter. Or you can increase the value of your home by not even unfathomable thousands by replacing those drafty windows. So it's going to save money on your heating and cooling bills. It's going to also raise the value of your home. It's going to make sure that you have a much more comfortable existence inside the walls of your home. My friends at Window Nation have a great deal for you. You buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. Okay? So any size, any style, any color. Buy 2, get 2 free. That's the first help. How about then they tell you to put your wallet away till 2025? Nobody's doing that right now. Nobody. They're doing it. They're going to take great care of you, Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION after you've done your window shopping online. Again, every size, every style, every color. You're going to love Window Nation. Take advantage of this great deal. When you're buying 2 and getting 2 free and paying nothing until 2025, it's a no-brainer. Call 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show.
You're a middle-aged man. You can't be a DJ.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
We marvel at the young pitcher who can throw a fastball 100 miles per hour. Unfortunately, over time, the fastball slows down. The successful pitchers make adjustments.